Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po rin, sir.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It's wonderful to have you all here. I just spotted Matthew Harris in the wild running a live stream at a radio station doing a call-in or a chat-in discussion about family law. It's great to see him doing well. Matthew Harris, one of the OGs on the channel, one of our original mods as well. Good friend and fellow YouTuber. And if you ever want to pass the bar, at least in Texas, the best thing you can do is sign up for his channel as a subscriber, get notified every time you post something, and then answer his daily quiz about the law. Because he does put out a new question every day about the law. And I figure if you answer correctly, like 80% of them for a year, you might as well just take the bar exam. So, good stuff. Good to see you out there, Matthew. You're rocking it, as always. All right, commands are not working. Why would commands not be working? Let me fix it. Let me check. Oh, because I turned them off. That's why I shut it down. I forgot to start it again. Yes, True Amateurs Hour right here. So give me a second. It's going to be hopefully popping back up here in a moment. I don't need that running. Here we go. It's loading slowly. Anyway, happy Friday. We had an amazing, a wonderful time on the podcast last night. I hope you joined us. And if you didn't, there's still time. There's still time. You can go back and watch it on the replay. And if you so choose, YouTube does give you 3 hypes a week. If you want to hype the podcast or anything else that happened previously on the channel, you can go ahead and do that. If you think other people should be able to see it that didn't get to see it, that would be the appropriate response. I think you get 3 free hypes a week, and it should be rolling out soon. So most people should get that option here shortly. If you don't have it yet, maybe soon. Let's see. Greener says, I spent all my hypes on Coco Melon. They needed it. Yeah, thank you. That was a wise choice. Some of those baby videos are, the world needs to know. Sloth Life, first in chat this morning. Welcome. Thank you very much, Sloth Life. A great supporter of the channel. And now a great supporter of the internet, because everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility this afternoon. Well, all day, basically, Sloth Life. So thank you for that. We were sort of rushing things a little bit. How do you hype? Basically, if you go on the YouTube page and it's, you've got the little window and the chat on the side and everything, usually on a computer is the easiest, I think. Go to where it's got all the little options and you slide across until you see hype, and you click hype. It's near the find button, but you have to look for it. You have to hunt around. They make it like an adventure. It might not be there yet for some of you. It's still being rolled out fully. There you go. There's a link to Matthew Harris's channel if you want to follow along with his quizzes or his live stream, where he's live in a radio station right now doing some great work. And if you have a legal question, fire it off to him. He's answering questions out of chat too. So if you've got a family law question, that would be a great place to get some free lawyerly advice. And where can you get free lawyerly advice? Probably not actual legal advice, but lawyerly advice. It's hard to find nowadays, so I'd take it where you can get it. All right, how are my battle wounds from Kiki? I've got some scars. For those that don't know, YouTube asked me to do a members-only live stream, which I have never done until this point, but they needed me to do that so I could get to the next step in the program that I want to be in, where I basically get more direct access to a YouTube partner if there's ever a problem. And so I had to do a members live. I went live before the podcast, but late last night after the sun was going down, from my backyard with my phone and a light, and I leaned. Kiki was out there. My cat was out there, and he was like all around my feet, like doing the like figure eights between your feet when you're trying to walk, and purring and everything, just trying to get my attention. And so I pet him a ton, and leaned out against the trampoline, and he follows me out in the yard. And so I get ready to go live, and he jumps up on the trampoline. I'm like, oh, I'll use him as a picture. And it took a little bit to get him to pose long enough that he wasn't just like a blur in the camera. So I used him for my thumbnail. And then I went live, and I was leaning back. I sort of like braced my arm. It was the other arm, but you can't see it. I braced my arm against the frame of the trampoline because it's dark, and I've got the bright light in my eyes. And I just wanted just some stability, you know. You guys, if you're older, you know. I'm live, and when I did that, Kiki he's like, hey, food, and he attacked my arm, and he bit. I've got teeth marks here in my wrist. He got me a couple times across the wrist and a couple times down here, twice. I'm like, what in the world, Kiki? What are you doing? And anyway, so as the live stream proceeded, my blood was just like dripping off my wrist. And so yeah, that happened, and the live stream's done. We checked the box. So if you missed it, it was just telling everyone who's a member, thank you for being a member, and that's about it. And then of course we had some connection issues, as we normally do when I try to do something different. But before we've got to do birthdays really quickly, and you guys already did that. Thank you very much. I think it was Red Pen who put them up there. Let's do the birthdays because we have stuff to do before court begins. So we're going to sing happy birthday to Amy, Angela, Bjork, Diane, KS, Kids X5, and OG Sean. I think that's everybody. I think Angela's is actually on Sunday, but we're going to sing to her probably today and on Monday. So here we go. Everyone stand up where you are. Deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Here we go. We're singing happy birthday to these wonderful people. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amy, Angela, Bjork, Diane, KS, and Kids X5, and OG Sean. Happy birthday to you. Put an extra and in there. It's like having two Oxford commas. That was a mistake on my part. Apologize. Strike the and. The first and, not the second. The second was appropriate. Amy, Angela, Bjork, Diane, KS, Kids X5, and OG Sean, happy birthday. I realize there are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. And there are a million places you could have been, and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can return some of that joy we feel back to you, make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. I missed one in there. But go, if you find another place, go there too. If you're older, you know. If you know, you know. It's like sometimes it's good just to hold on to something for some. Not that you're falling. It's good to hold on to something in case you do. I'm at that age. Oh, I know about needing stability. Yes. All right. We'll let the party continue here. Tina's 827 member for 26 months. Welcome to the gallery. OG. So happy to be back in green with my favorite YouTube community. Can you add my son Cameron to a verse? His birthday was the 16th. We'll do it right now. Thank you, Tina's. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, belated, dear Cameron. Happy birthday to you. 16th birthday, that's huge. We've got a drum solo to finish up the song. Let's see. Adrian, you made it. Oh my goodness. Okay, help us with a drum solo here. It took a minute to get the beat there, but I got it at the end. Adrian, it is awesome to see you in chat. We have been communicating back and forth via email trying to get the chat to work. And somehow, I think you figured out whatever problem it was and got it resolved. That's awesome. Glad you are here for sure. Although I'll miss our emails back and forth. They were a lot of fun. All right. Let's see. OG Sean White says, thank you, Scott, and everyone else. Definitely worth waiting a year for this. It's all downhill from here. This has been probably the highlight of your birthday. Yeah, actually, happy birthday. I hope you have an absolutely wonderful one. Before we go to court and cry a lot and use up tissues, because that literally is what's on the schedule, and it's Friday, we need to have a little bit of a palate cleanser, and so we've got to do it. We've got to kick it off right now because we're going to run out of time if we don't. So we're going to run up to Judge Simpson's court and just pop in for just a moment, see what sort of day he's having today. If I can find the remote. Okay, I think that's it. Okay.
Is now in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you doing?
NCDG Realty Management versus Guy, is it Gabodo? Galboldo, I think it is.
Gabodo, that's correct.
Good morning, Your Honor. Samshit Hart, P69542 on behalf of plaintiff.
Somebody's happy to be here.
Good morning.
All right. And what is plaintiff's claim in this case?
Who's wearing a hat?
Your Honor, this is a termination of tenancy case where the lease is expired on September 1st, 2025. So we're just seeking to recover possession of it.
We just want the renter to go.
And sir, what is your position on this?
My position is, in fact, opposing party been discriminatory, biased, mafia, Ku Klux Klan. I left that property on October the 16th. I called the opposing party I asked him, could I pay? October is paid. I say, could I pay for November and December? She said, yeah. Great. I said, give me a couple of days. I'll make the payment. No problem.
Bias, mafia,
then, in an hour and a half, she said, you got 2 hours to pay it.
Okay, sir, are you going to get an attorney to represent you?
Well, no, I'm not going to get an attorney, but I've been out the property. They asked me to leave. I left. She said, you come up with the money or leave.
Okay, so
I'm not in the property. They can have
So, sir, all they're asking for is possession, but you're telling me that you're not in the property.
Exactly. I was told to leave in 2 hours and I left.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, you said you're no longer in the property. Is that right?
That's correct.
That is correct. So if they were to go in to the property, you don't have anything there or anything else. So they can take possession of the property.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all that they're asking for.
Yes.
All right.
So what I will do is I will indicate that the defendant is indicating that he's voluntarily surrendered the property. And then Ms. Hart, I'm going to put it over to next week, let you guys check. And if not, then the matter can be dismissed, I guess.
Fantastic, Judge.
Or if you do get possession, matter can be dismissed. If you don't, then we'll have to set it for something else.
Right, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I was told, I didn't volunteer. They told me to leave. So I was forced to leave. With no stove, no oven, I was forced.
Well, sir, if you feel somehow, sir, I'm just going to say this to you. I'm going to put this over. Actually, it's going to be 2 weeks because of Thanksgiving. I'm going to put this over. If you feel that there is some claim you wish to pursue, you're going to have to file the requisite pleadings, and then we will deal with it in 2 weeks. I will adjourn this matter to
That's okay, Your Honor.
December 5th, 2025 at what time?
I won't be available.
At 3 p.m. That is an in-person proceeding. So if you wish to continue with the matter,
I don't
you'll need to show up at that point in time. Thank you. Have a great weekend and happy holidays to you.
Yeah, okay.
Court does call the case. Venture Property of Michigan versus Melissa Martin.
Judge is having none of it.
Good morning, Judge.
Oh, man. Maybe it calms down after that.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Harris on behalf of the plaintiff.
Melissa Martin, the defendant.
Thank you. All right, this is the termination. What is the basis for the termination?
The lease expired September 30th, 2025.
All right.
The landlord does not wish to
And Ms.
continue
Martin,
the lease.
what is your position on this?
The non-renewal of my lease is directly connected to a open civil rights investigation that I have ongoing right now.
Oh, goody.
I am asking
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're telling me. You have a civil rights complaint or claim somewhere?
Yes, it's an active investigation right now.
With whom?
With the the Department of Civil Rights of Michigan.
Okay, Michigan Department of Civil Rights?
Yes.
Okay, and that involves your housing?
Yes, it's that complaint is directly related to why the non-renewal of my lease was given and why it's being investigated for discrimination and retaliation.
Okay.
Wow.
Counsel, do you know anything about that, or?
I do. This issue, along with others related to the incident case, were litigated in circuit court a few months ago and all resolved in my client's favor. Circuit court case number 2500124CE. So if these claims are going to be raised in this case, and it sounds like they will be, I'd like an opportunity to address them if the court will allow. Before a trial, it will be subject to a motion for res judicata, and likely.
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
Wallflower. OG. 33 months. Thank you so much.
Okay, understanding that those claims have been, or the claims at least in circuit court, were resolved.
Yes.
Are the circuit court? Are you indicating, I guess, counsel, that resolved the Michigan Department of Civil Rights complaint?
No, I am asserting that the argument about the civil rights complaint affecting my client's right to possession have already been litigated and addressed to a final ruling, but not the civil rights case in and of itself.
Got it. I think. Okay. So here's what I'm going to ask the parties to send their, I guess, whatever documents from the circuit court proceedings I would need to see, or to, can you give me that circuit court case number? We can kind of look that up.
Sure. It was before the Honorable Judge Timothy Connors, 25-001-264-CE.
He's got receipts.
-Z initials on that?
Charlie Echo.
C as in cat, E as in
CZ. All right, I got you.
Okay.
Okay.
Not CZ.
Ma'am,
CE.
were you?
Cat elephants. Charlie Echo.
Were you at all part of that circuit court matter?
Yes, I was the one that raised it, and I had tried to talk to a lawyer to get help with this eviction case that helped me with the last one, and he kind of explained what I'm allowed and not allowed to introduce into this eviction case. So I know what I'm allowed to say and not. And again, like, I understand the civil court was dismissed for those reasons, but the civil rights investigation is still ongoing and still directly related to my.
I understand what you're saying. So, what you're going to need to do, so I'll be able to look up the circuit court matter. The Michigan Department of Civil Rights complaint, ma'am, I'll need you to file with the court a copy of the complaint and any documents you think relevant to that this court would need to see regarding that.
Okay, I did turn in Exhibit A, and it did have some of the email from the investigator.
Yeah, I do see it. I do see it. I did not see on that the complaint itself.
Okay, I didn't know, so I will definitely.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's what I didn't see. I didn't see the complaint because okay. I just didn't. So I'll need a copy of that. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what I was allowed to turn in because I know that I'm not allowed to bring up certain stuff from so I wasn't sure if I was allowed to show a complaint.
Okay, I'm not sure where you get that from. If you're not allowed, I'll tell you you're not allowed. I mean, I don't know what somebody's indicated to you nor why, but I don't need to get into that. I'm telling you that's what I need to see.
Okay.
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 I will, since we can look that up in Odyssey, we can probably find
Judge is not having an easy day today.
That case. I'll adjourn this out to December 5th, 2025 at 3 p.m. That is an in-person proceeding.
Okay.
So the parties will need to be present at the courthouse. And then we'll figure out where we go, if at all, from there.
Okay. Would the court like any submission of papers from the plaintiff in the interim?
Whatever you'd like to send that may clarify it, but you're indicating that there was a circuit court case that was resolved, giving us a number. We can find that in the pleadings ourselves.
Yeah. So
I'm going to have my staff get that.
We're going
to. If there's anything else you'd like to send counsel that might either clarify or muddy the waters, and certainly submit it to me.
Clarify
happy to do so, Your Honor.
Or muddy the waters.
All right.
Ms. Martin, I just sent you a response to your settlement offer and the pleadings. Please respond if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you,
folks.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna leave the judge and let him hopefully have a better day than how it started. Never an easy one in his courtroom. He seems to draw the crazies and the difficult ones. Sometimes sort of flock to his courtroom for one reason or another. But we are going to be going to the Matthew Lanz trial, which today starts at 10 o'clock, which is about 5 minutes, and it will have, I want to hear about the settlement offer that she sent to him. I'm pretty sure that was rejected. It's going to be a tough one today. I don't know if we're going to have sentencing. I don't know, but we'll see. It's going to be some victim impact statements, and then from there on, we'll see how this resolves. I don't know if they'll do a PSI after the victim impact statements. Usually victim impact statements come right around the time of sentencing, because then the family can be there for the sentencing, and they sort of have the right to be there and see the case resolved. So we'll see what happens. And maybe he decides to speak as well. We'll see what happens. All right. Karen's civil trial. Ian covered that really well. I think we're probably not going to cover that in detail. I do want to tell you about something that interested me. It's a news story, and it's a national news story, but I believe it can be viewed in a non-political environment, which is why I'd want to share it. But I'm not sure. Going back years, I think even to some of the Texas cases we followed, where the police would stop the defendant. They on a tip. We received a tip, and it's sort of like this vague. We received a tip issue, and we stopped. We found the guy and stopped him. I've always thought that when they receive a tip, there was somebody who was on the inside, like, hey, just so you know, bad guy happening. The Associated Press and a bunch of other agencies in the last 24 hours have released a story that blew open that whole system. And what actually is happening is the Border Patrol partnering with private camera systems, sort of like Flock, although Flock says they're not involved right now, and other types of systems, police, town cameras, various cameras, are monitoring everyone. They're tracking everybody's license plate, and using computers to analyze movements of vehicles to predict which cars are likely involved in something illegal, and then forwarding that information to law enforcement as a tip, an anonymous tip. They even went so far as to tell towns and cities not to respond to FOIA requests about the program. And in cases where the judge orders the information to be turned over, to be disclosed in court, instead of turning over the information, they would drop the charges entirely to keep this program secret. It's bad. It's bad. So anyway, you can, if you want to read it, you can Google Border Patrol camera tracking or Border Patrol license tracking. I forget what I searched for it, but some interesting stuff. Great. I thought it was really good reporting that was done. So it's interesting, but that's neither here nor there. We are actually going to be going to court in just a second because we have, it's almost 10 o'clock and it's supposed to start. Heard a little rumble about Sarah Boone. Everyone heard some of her phone calls have been released. She's had some letters and correspondence. I think she's not being accepted in her pod. The mean girls don't like her and are being mean to her because she's fresh meat. And I don't know why she's not voted most likely to succeed in her pod, because she always excels at everything. But apparently the people she's with don't think she excels at so much. So that's the latest I've heard on that. Forget the legal word, but isn't that stereotyping? Like profiling? It's not, to my knowledge, the program is not tracking it based on race. It's tracking it based on, this is a rental car and it's making a quick trip down to the border and back. Or, this is a vehicle that's taking back roads that seems to be avoiding some of the more, patrolled areas. It's using traffic cones. It uses fake cameras, like a fake traffic barrel with camera systems in it. It uses fake utility equipment on the side of the road that's actually monitoring with cameras. The AP tried to FOIA request the locations of some of these cameras. Border Patrol refused to give it to them, so the AP went to the towns and counties and FOIA requested the building permits for building these things, because they needed to have permits to put them on the side of the state road, and got the locations there, and they've got pictures of all these cameras, just what they look like, everything. It's wild. So the issue is it could be considered an invasion of privacy, because officers, when they pull these cars over, they submit them to extensive monitoring, and they seize cash, assuming that you're doing something illegal, and then you have to fight to get it back, even if you haven't had no problems on board. This is all over the U.S. It involves the DEA as well, and mostly Border Patrol. So, all right, we are back. We're back. We might talk more about this. Okay, the mics are working. Melissa, big trial coming up starts December 1st, and that's going to be Brian Walsh if it goes forward, if he doesn't take a plea or change his plea. So it could help with human trafficking. That's what they say. It could help with human trafficking and drug monitoring. Unfortunately, legitimate people who have businesses, moving companies that move furniture for families back and forth across the border that are completely legal and above board, have been stopped and arrested, cars impounded, cash, which a lot of these families use to pay because they don't use the banking system as much, has been seized, and then the company spends $20,000 just fighting to get their cash back, which is legal customer, transactions, as well as vehicles out of impound. And if you don't have the money to pay, the state just keeps your money. So it's like getting pulled over for a speeding ticket and the officer looking in your wallet and saying, "Why do you have $2,000 cash?" You say, "Well, I was going to go buy a car." Like, we think this is drug money, and they take it, and it's not. But then you have to prove it's not drug money and fight them in court to get it back. And what does it take? It takes lawyers to do that, and it's a problem. The asset seizure in this situation is a problem, especially if they're stopping you not because of something you're doing that's illegal, but because the computer says it's likely what you're doing is similar to something that's illegal. That's why it's a big news story. So, all right. Yes, it happens on the Canadian border as well. Sometimes it is drug money. Sometimes it is. But if they don't have evidence of a crime, they shouldn't be seizing it. I mean, if you can get into the asset seizure thing, and I'm a big supporter of law enforcement. I mean, what they do and put themselves on the line and what they're fighting every day, it's a big issue. But when you have asset seizure laws that allow law enforcement to seize cash without evidence that it's directly connected, the whole reason they're seizing the cash is because we think you shouldn't have that much cash, and they get to keep that cash and use it in their department, or trade that cash to another department and get something from the other department they trade it to. It's a bad situation. So, and we can all say, "Oh, it's fine," because it's probably stopping the crime and catching things. But until it happens to you, yeah. Anyway, all right. Did you say who has the jail calls for Sarah Boone? I don't know who put them up, the most recent ones. They came across my feed yesterday. I don't remember even who was on the call. What time is Lanz sentencing? Julie, the sentencing should come after the victim impact statements, which are supposed to start 5 minutes ago. There's nothing else. Tanika's 2 cents has it. Okay, she has been following that, so she's got calls as well. Hang on. Nate the lawyer just posted stats for the needs. 60% survival for 5 years. Mohawk time. Thank you, everyone. This is going to be one heck of a Thanksgiving. He's got the right half side of his head shaved, and provided a picture there. Ooh. It's got tubes in it, fluid. But it's made it through the surgery, and it's looking good. AG Tactical and Hear Me Out have them. The calls. See, phone calls from prison or Jumpsuit Pablo on YouTube. Lots of places. Jumpsuit Pablo has them. Can you read your burner message? Some of the messages I don't read just because I'm not sure if people want it read on the air. But there's some people who provided some information about the camera systems, some stories about the camera systems, Flock in general, and that. Can I say one more thing? There were some comments that I deleted from YouTube and Facebook last night, and it's not because I don't have a thick skin. I've taken abuse and comments and criticism from some of the best abusers and commenters and criticizers there are out there, and it can be harsh and everything. And I appreciate that. I appreciate someone sharing their opinion with me, and I oftentimes just let that be, even though it's not very complimentary to me. There are two groups of people that I don't allow rude comments made about, and those are the mods on the channel. Well, I guess 3. I don't like the mods on the channel being talked bad about. I don't like other content creators being talked bad about, because we don't do that on this channel. And I don't let you talk bad about my wife. And if you want to do that, there's another channel for you, and it's not mine. I don't make you have to like her, but I love her, and she supports me more than anybody else. So I'm not going to apologize for deleting that or banning anyone from the channel that has a problem with it, because she's the one, the reason that I do everything. So just want to let you know. All right. And she can criticize me all she wants, so it's all right. And honestly, if you can share, if you've got criticism and share it in a respectful way, that's one thing, but you don't be rude. Don't be rude. All right. Yeah, because the reason why, personally, for my wife, is she does occasionally jump on. She is a moderator on the channel. She jumps on and she'll alert me to comments. You know, I need to answer a question, or say, "Hey, do you see this?" And I would hate for her to jump on to helping me out my channel and see somebody attacking her. She doesn't deserve that, and so not okay. Not giving names, it's fine. We took care of it, but. All right, we're waiting for court, and I don't know why we're late. 10 o'clock was a late start already, so. Wondering if he's I have zero evidence to support this, but the idea came to my head. I was like, I wonder if he's been a problem this morning. Because he's shown a little bit of belligerence. By him, I'm talking about Matthew Lanz, the defendant, the convicted in this case. If he's being belligerent and making it difficult to get him to court. We'll see what happens. What are your thoughts as to whether or not he speaks? He's already decided not to testify in his own defense. But do you think he would speak here now that he's convicted? Don't think he shows. No comment. My dad and my brother both had shirts, have shirts that say that. That is all it says. It just says no comment and on the shirt, which is funny. I like it. I probably need to get one as well. Does he have to be there? Vivian, this is a great question. I don't know if he's required to be there. It sure is a slap in the face to the family members who, although they're not supposed to address him directly in these comments, they sort of have said nothing and just waited for all these years to get to this point. So thank you, Vern. Appreciate it. Vern, 24 months. OG. Thank you. You got your new color courthouse. Looks great. Don't think he'll speak. He'll never speak. We need merch, no comment. That's probably something easy to get set up. Should be a requirement at sentencing. I'm torn on this one, Drama Llama Mama, because for the victims' families, you sort of want them to be able to have their moment where they say, good, I'm happy with this result. This was the right thing. What you did hurt us, and you should have to pay the consequence. I'm okay with that level of commentary, and to, I guess, rob them of that as one final way to flip them off on the way out the door is just, it seems wrong. But at the same time, the other side of me is like, but I'm not for extra punishment. The punishment is jail, right? That was the punishment. The judge lays down the law and says, because of your crime, this is what you face. And then we're adding to it, and you have to stand up here while we throw tomatoes at you. And I'm not for the stocks. I'm not for that level of, and let the public all get their kicks in on the way. So I'm torn in the middle of this one, and I recognize there's strong feelings on both sides. I'm having not been there myself. I struggle. I don't know where I decide on this one. Lindsay DeBerg, it's your mama. I'm not sure why my name is only wrong on your channel. Still over here. Lindsay, Thank you, Yo Mama. Appreciate it. And 31 months. Thank you for your support. At the end of yesterday, the judge said she had a hearing on another matter at 9, so it may have run long. That's probably the right answer. The defendant's in the holding cell, eager and waiting for his sentence, and we're just waiting for whatever happened before it to clear out. Kathy, thank you very much for that. That's probably the right answer. Lindsay, Yo Mama, OG. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Oh my goodness, Crystal. Today's the anniversary of the Waukesha parade tragedy from Darrell Brooks. Wow. I did not realize November 21st. What year did that happen? Was it 1 year? Was it 1 year to the date that he went to trial, or was it two? So it was 1 year. Okay, because it was 4 years ago, 2021. That makes sense. Whew. Wow. For those, we do have a couple people up in that area. We heard a lot of reports about how well the town came together, how well Waukesha came together and united after that event. I'm curious, how are things looking now? How is everything in Waukesha in light of that? Is there does the parade still go on? Is it?
Consent to that night.
I thought that was court. Let's see. It's still a hard day. Yeah. Moment of silence would be nice for our community. It's still raw.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's what's crazy is, for us from a distance, we look at it and we see it as a headline, right? That's how we hear about it. It's a post on social media, a headline. We're like, wow, did you hear about what happened? And it's something else to be, in there and drive on that road as a regular basis and go to stores where, that was part of a huge, long, hundreds of yards long crime scene on that day. It's being there, just like I said the other day about being in court, it hits different. It makes it quite personal, especially if the parade was something you were at or something you go to or you were raised going there and celebrating. It hits very, very close to home and feels quite personal. Linda Marie, it's my birthday, 71 and still kicking. Happy birthday, Linda Marie. Happy birthday to you. That is awesome. 71 years young. That's great. The community has really come together. Mackenzie, that is great to hear. It's still very real. Yeah. How long has your channel been running? Well, Darrell Brooks was our first trial we covered, like gavel to gavel. And I mistakenly permanently deleted a lot of those videos, thinking that YouTube wanted me to do that, but that wasn't the problem. YouTube actually wanted me to pull down a video that I had posted on TikTok and then shared from my TikTok account to YouTube back at the same time. But anyway, not that they wanted me to pull it down. They just said you can't monetize your channel because you're using content from another platform. And it was my own content. Chris Wallace gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Forever Tea received the gift. Thank you, Chris. All right, waiting. We're waiting to begin. I don't want to jump anywhere else because this could start quite quickly. Let's see. Just looking to see what other courts are doing. A lot of landlord-tenant stuff, both in Middleton and in Cedric Simpson.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction? Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Sorry, just looking at other courts, keeping up to date. Friday is landlord-tenant day in many courts, many of the ones we follow.
Because he's the guy.
I found I had a spare water bottle. I was just thirsty, and there it was. Last night, if you missed the podcast, at the very end of the podcast, we shared something probably a lot of you already know about, but it's a website that allows you to search all across the nation for lost money that may be yours. It may be, say, like a deposit on an apartment or a deposit on a utility, and you moved and didn't realize that the deposit, and they didn't get your new follow-up address. I'm curious if anyone found any money that they're owed after doing it. Okay, so we're getting a little bursts of audio. Because there's people talking in court, it would indicate there's no other proceeding going on. So we might be waiting for the judge if she's either in another courtroom, which is sort of weird, or doing something in chambers. Carol says, I find money owed over a year. I find money that's owed to you every year. That's awesome. Scotch Mom found some money. I found $54 from that website. Oh, this is awesome. I did it. Thank you so much. One in seven people have money owed to them, probably from a different address or something. Yeah. Julie, you and me both. I don't think we have any money owed to us. $25 found. Oh, look at this. Peyton says, I did $460 in old HSA utility credit and car loan payoff credits. Peyton, that's free money. That's free money. Let's see. We did it. My son actually had money owed to him. Got it with no issues. Yay. I did $100 from PayPal. My husband had $497 from Duke Energy. Greener says, I found Nusky owes me alimony. Okay, you have to take that up in court. Alexis, I found over $200 from my sister. I'm glad it worked out. I realize it doesn't work out for everybody. It didn't work out for me. Thomas had a few bucks owed to him, but I found $10. The website was, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was it this one? No, that's not it. It was unclaimed.org. Unclaimed.org. And it's a website of all the states. It's actually a organization that all the state treasurers belong to, and the state treasurers are over returning unclaimed money. And so they all joined and they built this website together because they can't do anything with the money, but they are responsible for tracking it and keeping it. It's easier for them to give it away, but they can only give it away to the person who's belonged to. So let's see. Let me see if I can. I'll put a link here in chat. Just one second. And this website, believe it or not, works for the United States and Canada and some of the territories as well. So unclaimed.org. You have to be on the right one though, because if you go to the wrong website, right here we go. Okay, I just posted it right there. There's a map. You can search by state, but you can also search all the states. So if you've lived in multiple places, there's down at the very bottom below the map, there's launchmissingmoney.com, and it's a free website managed by the same organization, which you can search participating states' databases for unclaimed property. So it's good fun. And who doesn't want a little extra money? Easy DCS Oversight Group. I found $700 for my dad, and he gave me a 20% finder's fee. That is awesome. I got $425 from BMW overpayment. It's free Christmas money. And what doesn't, and it's yours. It's your money. It's like finding a pair of pants that you had put money in and didn't realize you had done it and just hadn't worn them again. Husband found over $1,000. That's cool. Most of them are smaller. I found 1,697 from a college card for books. Court good. This is supposed to begin at 10 o'clock, so we're 23 minutes late. I had $37 of unclaimed property from the state of Illinois. Did all the paperwork, sent my ID 4 years back. Still waiting for the check. No, it's still missing. That's terrible. That's terrible. There are some other sites. Just know that if you Google, there are a lot of commercial businesses that will do this search and charge you a fee. You should never pay a fee to search if you have any missing money, because all the states will tell you for free. So never pay someone to say, we'll do a thorough search and find out all the missing money. Nope. They're doing something that you can do for free. That's right there. So. And Canada, yes, well, in Canada, we've got Alberta, the Bank of Canada, British Columbia, New Brunswick, and Quebec on the list as who are participating. So it's not like everybody, but that's a start. Missing Money is free. It's missingmoneyis.com is run by the same organization that does this unclaimed.org. So yes, they're both free and proper, but. I found $250 under my maiden name. It's been just sitting there, waiting for you. Still, man, I wasn't going to check until you said all your family had some. I think you do. I think you do. I pretty much check a couple states. Well, I'm not sure if you do, but almost everybody else. Jennifer. 18 months, you've been here longer. OG! Thank you very much. Is this real? Gracefully Broken Mom, it is. It is. It's the law. What happens is every state, every business is required that if they don't have, if a customer is owed money, say like I have a renter come and stay at my place, and they pay the security deposit, and we go to return a security deposit, and the card's not valid or the money bounces back. It's like, and we have no contact for them. If they don't contact us within 3 years, we can't just keep the money. We have to turn it over to the state and say, hey, we've got this security deposit. Here's what we know. Here's the name. Here's the information we had, and we can't get it back to them. And the state just holds it. And they have billions of dollars of unclaimed money from all these different locations. Might be your town had required a deposit on the electricity bill. And then you moved and you'd paid all your bills, you should get your deposit back. And if they can't find where you moved to, it goes to the state. So what if it's a dead relative? Then you might need legal involved, but there are ones out there that are like, you're owed shares of company, you retired from the company or you passed away, but you were owed shares from the company, and that gets passed up as well. So check states you lived in, college, military, everything. Yep. I'm sure is taxable money. I don't think it is, because this was your money being returned to you. It's not income. It's not income. I don't believe it's taxable, and there might be something with the stocks, but check with a tax accountant for sure, especially if it's a large amount. Bobby Shoe, I have 69.67 unclaimed. There you go. Where do we look? I love this. This is free money for everybody. Just found $600 from my parents. You look at unclaimed.org, which is the best place to start. There's the link right here. Up. It's not taxed. They send the whole amount. Emily Jane, I'm sad I missed this trail with y'all, but I'm having a great time on the cruise. Emily, why didn't you take us with you? We know people fit in suitcases. Never mind. Too soon. In India, I found $52.75. Just found 18 cents for my dad. Okay, now that one, yeah, it's going to cost them more to print the check. Found with my dad's name. A lot of times if it's over, say, $100 or $250, it just says over this amount. It doesn't tell you how much. Many times their dividends or other checks never cashed. Former banker here. Yeah, you could have received the check in the mail and you threw it away with junk mail. Well, it gets sent to the state. It's still your money. They don't get to keep it if you didn't cash the check. Victoria Hathaway, that's how simple. Well, it's not quite that simple. You hit the claim button, you have to provide your verification or the reasons why you say this is my money and you're actually the person who it is. And every state's a little bit different on that one. Josh says, how am I the only one that doesn't have any unclaimed money? I feel robbed. Josh, you're just that good at collecting all the money that's owed to you. So I see my brother-in-law, father-in-law, and grandma-in-law on that list, and none for me. This is Crystal. So, search for your friends. I mean, honestly, what a great Christmas gift. It's like, hey, I was thinking of you this Christmas, and I thought, what better gift than to give you some of your own money? Here it is. Just go claim it. Lee and I both have under $25. So the IRS sent me a check, then 6 months later says, just kidding, we need that money back. Yeah, this is not the IRS. This is the state treasury's office. The money has been sent to them from another organization after they've been unable to contact you for a period of 6 months to 3 years. So it's usually older stuff. Drama Llama Mama, I don't know particularly on your situation with which state you're at. Each state, most of the sites are sort of similar, but they're probably going to ask what the address was where you lived at the time and where your address is now. So make sure you put the right one in the right area. I'm looking for my exes now, and they better not have any unclaimed money. Josh. It was yours at one time, right, Josh? Oh, Renee, you found something. Won't tell me what it is, but it's a bank and it says tangible. Any ideas? Could be a safe deposit box that was abandoned. So it's a physical item. That also can fit in there. It could be like physical stock certificates. It could be cash, gold bullion. I don't know. Silver. It could be anything similar to that. What do people put in safe deposit boxes? Could just be documents. I don't know. Gold bars. I'd like to think it's gold bars. Cindy Grady, $5.71. Shelly Beans, flush with cash, has 6 listings. Integrationing. You just helped me find over $1,500 in insurance overpayment. Thanks for the tip. That is awesome. That is awesome. I'm glad this worked out. Honestly, I know the metrics for our audience, right? I know YouTube tells me basically genders and ages and locations of people who watch. It's all. I don't get specifics, so I can't guess your birthday or something. But for those of us who have lived a bit of life and have been a few places and probably moved a time or two or had a couple of different addresses, this demographic is the best fit for looking this up and finding it. And so when Thomas and I saw this last week, we're like, we've got to share this on the podcast. The chance, 1 in 7 people have money out there waiting for them, and who couldn't use a little extra money for the holidays. That's really neat. James Day says, Recovery Addict only charges a 75% finder's fee from everyone that found money. No. But that would be funny. Miscellaneous intangible property reported by PayPal. That's a strange one. I don't know why would PayPal have miscellaneous intangible? I know PayPal and eBay were linked. I think at a time they might still be. Cousin has $600. Cha-ching. Just submitted for my dad. Had a few utility deposits. Can you claim it for a deceased parent? I would look that up first and see how to do that. I have not done that before. I don't know how to do that for someone who's passed away, but I'm sure there's a method because all that stuff would basically follow the will, right? So if there's belongings, it would pass down to descendants. Yeah, I'm loving this. I'm loving that you guys are finding money. Jennifer Juniper, please be careful when you're putting in Social Security numbers. The website we listed is the trusted website. I would make sure that you're at like a .gov website that's secure, that you know where you're at. If you have any doubt, get a second set of eyes with you. I can't be that person, unfortunately, but get a friend, get a relative who's maybe tech savvy, just to make sure that everything checks out. You want to be very careful with your information. I'm amazed at how many found money. That's awesome. 1 in 7 people in the U.S. is on that list. It's a lot. Victoria Hathaway, I'm bummed. I got a notification that I reached the limit for claiming. What in the world? It may be a daily limit or a monthly limit. They probably want to make sure that the other claims all go through and everything was above board, and then you'd be able to keep claiming. They're not going to keep your money because you claimed some of it already. It's just to make sure that everything is on board. Yeah, Super Chat RA is finder fee, please. Kelly, that's funny. Kay Hodgson, 9714. Hey, Jen. Hi. We shared the unclaimed.org, the lost money website for the nation. Oh, yeah. And people are doing it and finding a ton of money. It's so cool. It's like $50 there and $1,000 there. 9714.
That is amazing. Are you live right now?
We are. We're waiting for court to start. We're 35 minutes late, so we're just having some fun. What do you have?
This is rather old. I'm wondering if you would be
what is
for
it?
Me and smell it and see if
it's pure mint.
Yeah, don't smell deeply.
Guys, this might just clean out my sinuses. So we know.
Do you think? I heard this idea.
Do I hold it? Am I supposed to hold it in?
I heard this idea that to stick it in chocolate that you put on pretzels.
Oh,
wow! Like minty chocolate pretzels.
This smells so good. This is like you know what this smells like? This is McCormick Pure Mint extract. It smells like I just mowed a mint plant in the yard, like you just lawnmower or just a huge patch of mint. That it's that rich. It's good. It smells great. It smells great. On chocolate pretzels, I think you probably got to go pretty light with that. Yeah. Because it's a strong flavor.
Honorable Judge Sonia Brown is presiding.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Judge Sonia Brown, the presiding judge for the criminal trial of the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229-00922. We are present here in the open courtroom, present at the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Attorney Jimmy Berry, who represents Mr. Lanz, and representing the state, our assistant district attorneys, Green and Horowitz. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Right, so Attorney Berry, I see that Mr. Lanz is not present here in the open courtroom. Is there anything that you'd like to put on the record this morning?
Yes, there is, Your Honor. I had a conversation with Mr. Lanz this morning. He requested the court that he not have to come out here this morning. We did a waiver of his presence, and he signed that. So we would ask the court to allow him not to be present.
Is there anything the state would like to put on the record?
No, Your Honor. I've seen the waiver, and I believe it's been filed.
Okay. All right. So the court has, before coming out, court did have an in-chambers discussion with the parties, both the state and the defense, and the court did do some research on what the court could or could not do when it comes to a defendant in a criminal case waiving any appearance at any point in any court appearance. And the case law that we have been able to find gives the defendant the right to waive their right to appear at any portion of a court appearance. And there is no authority that allows the court to require them because it is the defendant's right at that point. And so a waiver of presence at sentence hearing has been filed here in the court at 10:22 a.m. It reads, comes now defendant in the above entitled case and states the following. I have been fully advised of my right to be present for my sentencing hearing, and I voluntarily and knowingly do hereby waive and give up the right to be present at my sentencing hearing today, November 21st, 2025, submitted this 21st day of November 2025, signed by the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, and his attorney, Jimmy Berry, and it has been filed in court. And so we will proceed with the sentencing today. The court will not delay it, and the court will proceed with allowing the state and the defense to present any arguments or any statements that they would like to present to the court today. Great.
Yes,
ADA Horowitz.
Yes, Judge. So we had 13 victim impact statements, and so you can proceed at that time. At this time, we would call Timothy Hicks.
Wow. Here we go. I called it. Let me just say I called it. I just got that feel that his belligerence that he showed in court would show up
Yes,
like this.
Can you have a seat up here so he does? Yes.
Oh, man. This takes us back to the start of court. This is going to be a tough one.
No, you go ahead. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat for me, Mr. Hicks. I know you have already testified, and so I won't need you to say or spell your word correctly below the record. Okay? Attorney Horowitz, you can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Hicks.
Good morning.
So it is our understanding that you have prepared a statement as to how this case has affected you. So at this time, I would ask that you provide that statement for the court.
Well, I'll tell you, I haven't necessarily prepared anything formal. I've got a chest, bronchitis and stuff, so I may have to take a break.
Take your time. There's some water there if you need.
Okay. Your Honor, I've had 4 years to write a statement, and I can't tell you the times I've sat down and attempted to write one, only to find that it was inadequate. So I crumble up the paper and throw it away and try again. I've spent time alone, in the woods, on the lake, at my son's grave. And I just find that there's just really not words proper enough to convey how this has impacted me personally. And Your Honor, look out in the courtroom. There's so many people here that love to do those kind of people they were. They earned this by being good people, good Christian people. I'm going to share a story with you. It seems that my life took off when I was 19 years old. When I turned 19, I became a law enforcement officer, and I got married all at the same time. I'd always taken life pretty serious, and I felt I had that maturity level to pursue those. And so I did, and I spent my first 2 years in law enforcement and as a husband. And then on my 21st birthday, like many people do, They go out and celebrate and party, and some drink, some don't. But they celebrate that 21st milestone. For me, that milestone was the birth of my first son, Justin. On my 21st birthday, I spent over 12 hours hunkered over a hospital bed when my wife was in labor with him. That's how I celebrated it. And I would not change it for the world. My son was almost born on my birthday. As God would have it, it was just barely the next day on the 26th of May. I'm the 25th. Having children in honor for any parent is one of the proudest days of your life. It's truly a gift from God. And not just a gift, but a blessed gift. I mean, for God to bestow upon people, anyone, children, God's entrusting you with something that He considers very precious. And that's how I feel about my son and my daughter-in-law. They were precious. Mr. Lanz gets the opportunity today to deny coming out here and facing us, facing our tears, our hurt, the hole that will be forever in our hearts. I understand the law. I understand his rights, and I would do nothing to infringe those. I, for one, have stood in position to protect persons' rights. But I do think, Your Honor, that it speaks volumes of his guilt or innocence. If I was accused of a crime or otherwise, and knew emphatically, without doubt, a clear conscience before God Almighty, I would stand and face my accusers to my last breath if I were innocent. He's chosen not to do that. I could sit here all day and tell you how wonderful Justin and Amber are as people. And I know that oftentimes the folks that love another, they speak those words about the person they love. And as you'll hear from me and other people, we'll do the same thing, but there's one slight difference. It comes out of Christian love. That's a different kind of love, Your Honor. That's a deep, agape love. It gets no purer than that. Thank you, ma'am. To say that I have a hole in my heart forever is pointless. You know, I love all my children. I've got 3 total. There's always something special about your firstborn. It's the first for everything that you do as a parent. But again, all my children are gifts from God. And it hurts me as the man of the house, as the chief priest of the family, Your Honor, to watch my family suffer, knowing there's nothing I can do. I took an oath before God during my wedding vows. I took an oath to myself raising children. And there's nothing I can do to make them feel better, to heal their hurt, to bring a brother back to my daughter and my son, to bring a child back to my wife. And as a man, Your Honor, that feels a bit helpless. because all I want to do is the right thing by my family. And in this case, I can't, and I'll never have that opportunity. I also feel like I've always told my children that I'll always be there for them and I'll protect them as best I can, even in their adult years. As a law enforcement officer, Your Honor, I know what evil lurks out in the streets and in the hiding spots. I faced it face to face personally, and I made that promise to them. In this particular case, Joe, I wasn't able to protect Justin. He had to stand on his own 2 feet as a man and be gunned down. For what reason? You know, if there'd been some sort of conflict between them, or even if the offender stole $1, certainly a life's worth way more than $1, but I could fathom a little differently. But senseless. Why? And I still have that question, and it hasn't been answered, and it may never be this side of heaven. But why? I just want to know why. I'm gonna try to wrap it up, Your Honor. That's sort of give other people an opportunity to speak. But what I'm about to tell you, Your Honor, I do not want to sway your decision on sentencing whatsoever, because I want the defendant to face whatever the court sees fit. But I'm going to sit here today and tell you that I forgive Matthew Lanz for what he's done and what he's stolen from us. For me personally, I can't speak for everybody. I speak for myself. But I forgive him, because we all need the grace and mercy of God. And I cannot, in good conscience, withhold what I ask God to give me from another person, including him, and as heinous and as evil as it's been. It's my prayer that Mr. Lanz goes to prison, and during that time does some serious self-reflection. It's not mental rehabilitation he needs, Your Honor. It's an exorcism. That's what he needs. He needs a big healthy dose of Jesus. And I pray that he'll find that once he's there and has time to reflect. Because hell is real and heaven is real. And regardless of my hurt and my pain, I don't want anyone to suffer hell. So I hope Your Honor can understand that. But I can't stay bitter for the remainder of my days. I've got to rise up now and raise my grandson and do the best I can to bring healing and comfort to my family. And I can't remain bitter. I want Matthew to face the consequences of his decisions. And Your Honor, he had a choice. When he arrived at the residence and approached the area of entry more than one time, that was his valley of decision. That is where he was faced with Satan on one shoulder whispering in his ear and the Holy Spirit on the other. God gave him an opportunity to turn away and leave, but he made a choice not to. For whatever reason, he made a choice to carry out what he intended to carry out. My son and daughter-in-law didn't have a choice. appreciate you listening. You probably hear this kind of stuff often in your profession, and
not often enough.
I don't know how much more sincere I can be. I hurt, and I hurt deep. And a portion of my heart that's gone forever. Save eternity. And that day I look forward to. I think I'm finished now. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Mr. Horowitz, you can call the next witness.
So the next three actually want to come up together in support of one another. So at this time, the state's going to call Heather Falkowski, Audrey Logan, and Michelle McGinnis.
Okay. And you can give them the option of there or to be seated, whatever they're more comfortable with.
We don't preach religion much on this channel. You guys know that I'm religious and have my beliefs that I try to follow, but it strikes me when somebody has a set of beliefs and lives their life according to those values, even in the most difficult of times. And we just saw that.
Okay. Have a seat for me, and once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Heather Falkowski, and that's HEATHERFALKOWSKI.
Good morning, Ms. Falkowski. Just before you start with your statement, if you'll indicate to the court kind of your relationship with Amber and Justin.
Amber was one of my best friends since we were 13.
Perfect. So at this time, I'll ask that you give your statement.
Your Honor, thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. Amber was, like I said, one of my best friends since we were 13. For 2 decades, she was stitched into every season of my life. Homecomings, prom, spring breaks at the beach, weddings, baby showers, and so much more. Sorry. She was the kind of friend you expected to have forever, Justin too. Amber and Justin were not just good people, they were extraordinary ones. Amber was loyal, selfless, funny, and had a heart of gold. She cared deeply about people. She had a way of making everyone around her feel valued and warm. Justin shared that same goodness. He wasn't just a wonderful husband and father, he was a firefighter. He spent his life walking towards danger so others could walk away from it. He gave his days, his energy, and his courage to protect people he would never meet. He lived his life in service to others. When my first son was born, Amber took the time to knit him this teddy bear. Since her death, I've had another son. He's actually the exact age Jacob was that night, and he will never have a teddy bear made by Amber. One of my children has something from her hands. The other will only ever have stories. One of the heaviest burdens I carry is knowing that Amber's last ordinary moment was spent texting me and another friend as we made dinner plans. It was something we had done countless times. It felt so small, so normal. I didn't know that her response would be the last time I would ever hear from her. The next morning, as I was decorating my Christmas tree, my life was suddenly split between before and after. Since their deaths, the world feels dimmer. The grief is emotional, but it also lives in my body. It's the ache of reaching for my phone to tell my friend something and remembering she is gone. It is sitting in silence on days that should have been filled with laughter. It's dinner at Olive Garden with her seat left empty. It's the sharp, disorienting pain of knowing two people who should still be here are not. Not a single day has passed that I have not thought about them. And alongside this grief is trauma. I needed therapy to process their horrific murders. I cannot sit in my living room at night unless the outside lights are on because darkness now feels dangerous. My husband has to tell me anytime he's on his way home because the sound of someone entering our home makes me panic. This violence stole my sense of safety in my own home. But the greatest loss belongs to Jacob. Jacob lost his entire world in one night. He will grow up without the mother who adored him in every way a child deserves to be adored. He will never feel her arms around him after a hard day. He will never hear her voice cheering him on, never get the whispered reassurance that she loved him more than anything. And he lost his dad, who was strong, kind, devoted, and very brave. A father who ran into burning buildings so other families could stay whole. He will miss out on lessons, moments, memories, and love that no one else can ever replicate, though I know his grandparents will all do a fantastic job. After all, they raised Amber and Justin. The loss that Jacob carries is lifelong. It will shape every milestone, every birthday, every achievement, and every heartbreak. There is no justice on earth that can give him back what was taken. Amber and Justin were stolen from their son, their families, their friends, and from the future they deserved. They deserved to grow old. They deserved ordinary mornings and long years watching Jacob grow up. They deserved to give Jacob a sibling, something they deeply wanted. They deserved safety, peace, and a lifetime together. I hope this court understands the full weight of what this world lost when Amber and Justin were taken from us. Justice cannot restore what was broken, but it can honor the truth. And the truth is that two extraordinary people were taken from us, and the ripple of that loss will continue for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to correct myself prior to Ms. Volkowski, obviously gave her statement by herself, but this next one is Audrey Logan, Michelle McGinnis, and along. Just Amanda Creel. I apologize. So at this time, the state would move to tender what's marked as State's Exhibit Sentencing 1, which is located on this master drive here. And it's an audio recording of Amanda Creel's statement, and her name is spelled Amanda, and then Creel, Creel.
Great. Attorney Barry.
We don't have any objection to that, Judge. We went over that this morning.
Thank you. States 1, sentencing is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. May I publish?
Yes.
Just for the court, it's just an audio statement, not videos.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Amanda Creel. I originally was going to speak today, but Wednesday during our break, I had an overwhelming feeling that I needed to talk to you today. I never imagined that I would be standing in a courtroom talking about my best friend and her husband. About how they were senselessly murdered and taken away from us. The people that have been sitting with me this week and the others over Zoom are some of the most important people in Amber and Justin's life. This week has reignited our pain, the pain that was caused by heinous actions of the defendant. Amber and Justin were my friends, but I've known Amber since the 5th grade. She was my best friend. I grew up with her. I was supposed to grow old with her. That was taken away from me. I could tell you countless silly stories about Amber and I. There were stories about homecomings, chorus, boyfriends, sleepovers, and breakups. And that was just 5th grade through high school. As we grew older, it was about college classes, jobs, boys, karaoke. But boy, could that girl sing. I would love to hear her sing in person again. Instead of through old videos, that's all I have left. Videos and pictures and memories. It was through Amber that I met Justin. The day Amber introduced Justin to me, she was nervous. But one full drink ended up being 10 years of a friendship with my Justina. That's what I call him sometimes. We actually went on a cabin trip, and I encouraged them to stop being stubborn and just finally say I love you. And when they got engaged, she called me at work to tell me that they were engaged. Justin had forgotten to text me, so I missed it. I still bring it up to him when I go to visit him at his grave. I told him I would never let him live that down. My mom hosted their engagement party and helped me plan their wedding shower. We helped get decorations and favors ready for the wedding, and I got to see her try on her wedding dress. And when they finally got married, I was their maid of honor and stood by their side, crying with joy. That day was perfect. And then finally, one Christmas, I had a picture frame saying, "Best friends get Beretta to dance." She was pregnant with Jacob. We talked on the phone every day on our commutes to and from work during her pregnancy. And boy, was she feisty. I just knew he was going to be a boy. But I hope one day she would be able to have a Disney princess too. I hope to be there the day Jacob was born. I have so many memories of them. But no new ones, because they're not here anymore. They're gone now. I can't be there today, but Audrey and Michelle are there for me, for her dad, for our friends, for our little village. The three of us have been friends with Amber for over 20 years, and Justin for 10 years. We had to call each other about our friend's murders on November 17th, 2021. This devastated us. Our friends were gone. We spent days on the phone, constantly trying to understand how the horrible thing could happen like that to such amazing people. Amber and Justin have the best hearts and were so kind and loving. Why did this happen? How did this happen? We laughed and cried talking about them. We had to fill in for Amber, for one another. Our trauma and loss bonded us. We decided one day that we were trauma sisters and that Amber chose good people to be her friends. She chose us so we could have someone to lean on when she was gone, because somehow she knew we needed it. On November 17th, 2021, our lives were fractured into a before and an after. Before, we had Amber and Justin. We had long conversations, hugs, singing, and dancing. We had plans together for dinner, birthdays, weddings, and Christmas. We had our lives together as friends and family. After we found out about the murder, all that ended. We were stuck with the after. They're never going to be able to talk to us again. No more hugs, no more singing, no more dancing, no more birthdays, no more plans, no more celebrations, no more Amber and Justin. Our friends are gone, shot and killed in their home. We had to move on without them. I got married without Amber and Justin by my side. I went to Michelle's wedding in their place. Audrey adopted 2 beautiful baby girls that we got to meet, but Amber and Justin will never meet. She will never meet my children. Our lives will never be the same because their souls were too good to be replaced. We will forever live with that hole in our hearts. The defendant didn't just take our friends' lives. He stole our sense of security. We now have a license security systems, and fear. Fear for our safety, fear for our random noises, fear that we never had before this incident. On November 17th, 2021, Amber and Justin left their son because they were shot and killed while he was sleeping upstairs in his bed. Jacob was left alone for 12 hours, soiled and alone. But he will never be alone again, because every person in this courtroom will ensure that he has the closest thing to a life the defendant tried to take from him. He will never be an orphan. Your Honor, we ask you to sentence the defendant to the maximum sentence. This man deserves to stay behind bars for all the trauma and loss he has caused. We hope you consider our request when you make your decision on his sentence. Thank you for your time.
For the record, we've played the state's sentencing one in its entirety. Now, finally, Heather Folkowski. No. Sorry, I apologize. Audrey Logan and Michelle Lanz.
Prosecutor is not the victim advocate who has organized this. His notes are all wrong. But
do y'all want to come up here or stand there, whichever ones y'all are comfortable with?
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God. Thank you.
So if I'll just have, I'll start here on the right. If you'll just introduce yourself, spell your name for the court reporter, and then we'll go down the line.
It's Michelle McGinnis, MICHELLE, MCGUINNESS.
Sorry, I'm Audrey Logan, AUDREYLOGAN.
Matt Logan, MATTLOGAN.
I'll start with Michelle. At this time, if you, or whoever wants to give one first.
I'll go first. Your Honor, my name is Audrey Logan, and Amber and Justin were my husband and I's best friends. My husband Matt and I have known Amber for as long as we can remember. I'm talking elementary days when she refused to let Matt eat lunch alone and even share their food with him. Not only did we attend elementary, middle, and high school together, but we played softball together for many years. We joke because I had a bad habit of being angry after striking out or getting out on base, and would come back to the dugout to sulk where she knew I didn't want to be talked to. But she'd always be like, "It's okay, girl, you got this." She was not going to stand for me being in a bad mood or being too hard on myself. We became even closer after our high school days, though, and that's when she introduced Matt and I to Justin. I vividly remember that day because Matt's not a people person. He just isn't. He was so concerned that he was just going to be like everybody else and we would be biting our tongues all night. But the day they met at Patty's is forever ingrained in my brain. That's the day that him and Justin became inseparable. I truly never imagined the day that one day I would stand in front of a courtroom full of people and talk about two of my favorite people in the past tense. That I sit here hand in hand with some of their most favorite people reliving the absolute horror that happened on November 17th, 2021. Reliving a pain that has no end due to choices that monster made that night. My life will now always be separated into before and after. On September 17th, 2021, I went to bed excited for the weekend plans I just made with Amber to see her at church. I hadn't seen her since Halloween night when we took our babies trick-or-treating together. After that, my daughter and I came down with RSV, so I kept my distance away from everyone. A few days earlier, she came to my house knowing she wouldn't be able to see me in the middle of her see me in the middle of her busy schedule just to leave a care package. That's the type of person she was. We were excited to be able to get back to church and see each other. The very last text that I ever received from her said Sunday with an exclamation point, because we knew we would see each other again in just 4 days. On November 18th, I woke up, planned to do some Christmas shopping, so I texted her to ask if Jacob had a Christmas list so I could get the stamp of approval on my gift idea. She never received that message, and I would never get a response. See, that was before my worst nightmare came to life. My best friends murdered in their home. Their lifeless bodies left in their home. Their son confused why mommy and daddy won't wake us. He just left them there like they didn't matter, and like Jacob didn't matter, but they mattered. They weren't just our best friends. They were our daughter's godparents. They were our family. They came beside me and prayed for me, over me and with me during all the hardest parts of my life. Amber was my voice of reason, my confidant, and my biggest fan. And Justin was always there to make us laugh and ground us when we needed it the most. They were in our wedding, and they were in ours. They were in our wedding, we were in theirs, sorry. We spent many weekends together, standing up entirely too late, watching any alien movie or silly vine we could get our hands on. Then when our children came, we were at their births, waiting outside the door for the minute we could hold each other's babies and check on each other. We started to create our own traditions with our babies, like family vacations, pumpkin patch trips, and trick-or-treating. But you see, that was all before. Now, we're in the after. A big piece of my husband and I died that day too. So much joy was stolen from our lives, our innocence, our peace of mind. Our home is now lit up outside 24/7, surrounded by cameras monitoring every corner, every blind spot. Our life is full of ring notifications or Life 360 alerts. Any little noise in the middle of the night wakes us up and strikes fear. I can't even come home at night without fear that someone's watching my every move. And that's just how I feel. Imagine how Amber's dad feels, or how Justin's parents feel. That type of fear never goes away. That monster took away our sense of security, even in our own homes. Now we're forced to live a life in a world that none of us asked or planned for. Amber and Justin never got to see our daughter Peyton, their goddaughter, start school, or see her passion for dance or cheer, or attend a recital, and they won't be there for any of the most important moments of her life. They'll never meet our other two daughters, Quinn and Brooke, who I know they would have loved beyond measure, and they would have taken them under their wing as any good godparents do. Because they weren't just incredible parents, they were amazing godparents too. Always loving Peyton as if she were their own. I needed them for all those moments, and I still need them for moments to come. I need them next to me in the row in church on Sundays. That's where their absence is felt the most. They may have always been a little late because Amber needed her Starbies, but Justin needed his Duncan, and they were going to get both. Always. But they were there, worshiping their Savior and praying for each other and others because that's who they were. They were believers. They are believers. Even though my last image of them at church is their lifeless bodies laying in their coffins in front of the altar, I know they're still worshiping beside me. It's just from heaven now. Yes, I know where they are and that I'll see them again one day because of their love for Christ, and for that I'm grateful. I sure could use an Amber hug right now. But this is not the life I planned for or the life they planned for. On November 17, 2021, they took their son into bed and sat down for some well-deserved time together. Just 2 more days and the weekend would be here, their first full weekend together in a while. They had plans to decorate for Christmas and were so excited. Decorating a big new house, a girl's dream. Then that monster decided to steal that from them. Why? And we may never know. But in honor of these 2 humans, Amber and Justin Hicks, were 2 literal angels on the earth. It sounds so cliche, but it was the truth. Living their day to day, putting nothing but good into this crazy world. and that monster stole everything from them in less than 10 minutes. Everything from us and absolutely everything from Jacob in 10 minutes. Now they will never see Jacob grow up, go to school, start driving, get a job, get married, and start a family. They will miss every single moment of his life. And Amber lost her mom. After Amber lost her mom as a baby, this would have been her worst nightmare. Jacob to grow up without his mom and his dad. They did everything right, and it wasn't enough. Jacob will carry this trauma with him forever. That pain can never be erased, and for what? Amber and Justin had so much life to live, and that monster, I said over there, he's not here, stole that from all of us. They deserve to grow old and experience so much more that the world had to offer. But that monster did not steal everything. He will not steal our ability to speak their names every single day. We will continue to speak their names and their memories, especially for Jacob. We'll make sure the world remembers just who this monster stole from us. I know that my God calls me to forgive, but I'm not there yet. And my husband will certainly never forget this monster. One day he'll meet his ultimate judgment, and what a day that will be. Today, though, Your Honor, we ask you to sentence him to the maximum extent of the law. Lock him away and throw away the key, and we may never have to see his face again. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Please.
Take your time. That water is there for you.
Yeah, thanks. I need that. Okay. On November 17, 2021, two of the best people anyone could ever know were carelessly taken from this world at the prime of their lives. Justin was working his way to become a paramedic, and Amber was ready to settle into the role that she was made for, a mother dedicated full-time to her children. I say children because every person in here who knew her knows that she would have at least had 3 by now. I would like the defendant to know that he's not the only person in this world who has suffered loss. Amber lost her mother at just 3 months old. Her father, Mark, raised her all on his own, and she had to grow up without a mother. I remember vividly as kids, her staying the night at my house and us talking endlessly about her mom and where she would be right now, how much they looked alike, and how she used to be a model, how she had her eyes, how the number one thing she wanted to be when she grew up was a mother. He took that from her. He took that from Jacob. He took that from her father, her family, and her friends. But the one thing he will never take from her or Justin is the love that they had for that little boy. Thanks to the defendant, Jacob has a village in the hundreds backing him for the rest of his life. And there will not be a day that goes by without him knowing who they were and what they stood for, how amazing they were, and how proud of him they would be. I know Amber, and I know she would say that she forgives the defendant. I can't speak for Justin, but I feel as if he would say the same thing. However, I have never and will never be the angels that they were and will always be now. I will never forgive him. There is no taking back or undoing what he's done. He has done a disservice to this world by taking these two people out of it. He ambushed and gunned them down in their own home like they were animals trespassing on his property, when in reality, he came into their home with their baby asleep upstairs and murdered them in cold blood without a single thought behind it. Callous doesn't even begin to describe the creature he is. He is inhumane, he is heartless, he is a monster. And I know that if given the opportunity, he would do it again. Because people like him don't care about the cause and effect. He will always be the victim, he will always be the catalyst. He is dangerous, and I will be dead before I watch him put another family through this, put another child through this. It is because of this, Judge, I beg you to sentence the defendant to life with no possibility of parole. for Jacob and the future he had ripped from him on the night of November 17, 2021. Thank you.
Mary. Thank you. Attorney Horowitz, you can call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the state calls Kristen Bauer.
Will you just read her statement?
Just read it? Okay. And she planned on speaking, Judge, but she actually wrote out her statement, so I'm going to read it on her behalf.
Will you mark that as sentencing to and admit that?
I can do that. Yes, Judge. And it reads, Your Honor, my name is Kirsten Bauer, and that's KIRSTYNBAUER, and then in parentheses, Boggs, BOGGS. Amber and I are cousins, but if I ever said that, she would correct me saying, no, you're my sister. We were only 2 years apart, both July babies. Amber was an only child due to the loss of her mother just 2 months after she was born. We were inseparable as kids. If she went, I went. She was my big sister, my maid of honor, my best friend for life. Now I'm here and she's not. It's not fair. They should be here today. Amber and Justin were the kindest people I have ever met. When people say they had hearts of gold, they truly did. I want to take everyone back to our childhood days. What a lot of people don't know is our grandparents lived 2 doors down from the Hicks family. We all grew up together playing in each other's yards or riding bikes. One day, Justin looked at me while we played in their yard and said, I'm going to marry Amber one day. Remind you, we were only kids. They were 12 at this time. I looked at him with my 10-year-old self and said, you're crazy, and laughed. How could you know that? He said, I love that girl. His brother Michael and I busted out laughing like, whatever. Fast forward to 2017, his dreams came true. The most beautiful bride walked down the aisle as to the love of her life. I've seen Justin as a grown man cry of joy that day. Lord, my sister Amber was the most beautiful bride I have ever seen. If you knew her, she just had the most beautiful smile that would light up a room that day. It was a courtyard filled with loved ones. Early November 2021, Amber was so excited to host Thanksgiving in their new beautiful home. She couldn't wait to have the family over. She said, I love Christmas, so we were going to go ahead and decorate before Thanksgiving, so be prepared, Kirsten. It's always a running joke with us. I always said Christmas comes after Thanksgiving. She didn't care. As you have seen in the photos, she didn't spare an inch of ceiling space for that Christmas tree. She wanted the biggest and the best. The second hardest thing I have ever had to do is shatter my son Braden's world. I had to go come the 18th and tell my son his Aunt Amber and Uncle Justin were no longer here. They are now with the Lord. He was 9 then. He understood and had so many questions. But his first question was, what about Jacob? How is he? Is he okay? Where is he? At that moment, my sweet, kind heart boy couldn't even have emotions till he knew his baby cousin was okay. Once I told him he was okay, you could see his world shattered and all of his memories and love came crashing down on him. When our babies hurt, we hurt even more. Jacob brings us so much love and joy. I see so much of both of his parents in him. He is so kind-hearted and always checking on you if you look sad or even raise your voice a little. We were at the beach in July, and my son is now a teenager, and he must have done something I didn't agree with, so I kind of yelled his name across the pool. Sweet Jaden got out of the pool and walked over to me on the edge and said, "Hey, Aunt KK, I just wanted to check on you to see if you were okay." He just melted my heart. This is my mother and father coming out in him. They were always checking on everyone and spreading the love. I just can't stop thinking about our sweet Jacob and how this is going to act him the rest of his life. He left the cutest little boy, Jacob, orphaned. He will never have a normal birthday, Christmas, and get to see his mommy and daddy watch him graduate, get married, or celebrate any life accomplishments he has. We as a family will try and fill that void, but no one can ever truly take his parents' place. Amber had just had a miscarriage the month prior. They wanted to add to their family so bad, but now our sweet Jacob will forever be labeled an only child. That was not supposed to happen. They wanted to fill that beautiful home with a couple more children. He was never supposed to live this life without his parents and siblings. Like I said, we can't fill that void ever, but we will try and surround him with all the love and support we can. When I say he has a village, that village is thousands and thousands of people. Cherokee County Fire and emergency personnel has been here immensely for sweet Jacob and family. Blood does not make family, and we have learned that through this entire process. This courtroom has been filled with just 1% of the people that love them and care for them. I honestly believe we could wrap this building multiple times with the amount of people that these two beautiful souls truly impacted. What Amber and Justin thought was their dream home later became their worst nightmare, along with everybody else that loved them. Our hearts will honestly be forever shattered with the loss of these two beautiful souls. Nothing can ever bring them back. What he did is not human behavior. What he did was acts of a savage animal. He sat there and preyed on them like a savage animal. He should be treated as such and locked in a cage for the rest of his life. Thank you, Your Honor, for helping us get justice for Amber and Justin.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Chief Eddie Robinson and Sergeant Tyler Davidson.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court, no matter now pending, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Sorry, if you'll state your name for the record, and then.
My legal name is Austin Tyler Davidson.
You put your hand
up. AUSTINDAVIDSON. Sorry. Yeah. Justin was my rookie at the fire station. He came in, our battalion chief at the time, Johnny Wilkins, he said he's a big boy, and he's got a bigger heart. So we're like, all right, well, let's see what he's got. And we put our new guys through some training. We make sure that they can make the cut. We do a lot of hard things together, and we eat every meal together. We sleep in the same bunk rooms together. We know every secret about each other. We are a family. So me and Justin, we grow a really close bond quickly. I did not have the pleasure of growing up with them his friends and family did back here, but that bond that we had was closer than my own family. I was telling my mom the other night, I have 3 younger brothers, and Justin was closer to me than they were. We worked a side job together. Most firemen have some sort of side gig, and we worked together on our days off at the fire station. And if that wasn't enough, our families got together on the weekends and we'd go fishing. And Justin was my brother. We all know what Mr. Lanz has done. He's caused a lot of grief. But out of that grief, there's been a lot of good. A lot of good. We set up a foundation to take care of Jacob financially, Jacob's Pathway that I'm a part of, and the chiefs and other members of Cherokee County started another organization that helped as well, the Fire Foundation. So we've helped not only Jacob, but we've helped a lot of people through hard times in their lives financially, and getting that brotherhood together as often as we can to remember our brothers and our sisters in this field. I don't want to keep bringing up the bad stuff that happened, because we all know that it's terrifying, but I do want to say a little bit about who Justin was and Amber. And I remember the time that we were sitting in the station together one night, and I told him that my wife was pregnant with my first son, Austin, and we had a cigar together. Six months later, he brought me outside to smoke a cigar to say that he was having a baby, Jacob. And I wished I lived a little closer so my boys were closer, but my mom's here this morning, and she showed me pictures of Jacob and my son Austin and my daughter Olivia playing and taking pictures together. It's beautiful. I hope that since I didn't get to grow up with Justin, my boy, and Jacob will, they're the same age, and I love these people. I love Justin's family, and they brought me in like their family, and I'm gonna miss them. So that's all I got.
Your Honor, my name is Eddie Robinson. I spelled E-D-D-I-E. Last name R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N. Thank you for giving us a few minutes today to come and just really kind of try to bring honor and pay tribute and plead with the court for sentencing. I can validate these young ladies when they come up and they speak about Amber and growing up and things that they did. My daughter played softball with Amber and these guys. Had the luxury a couple of years of even assisting us coaching with those kids a little bit. And what a joy they were. My daughter, through some poor decisions, unfortunately became pregnant during high school. She had the baby. He's done well. He's going to go through school. We pick on her all the time. We pick on him about the only kid that's ever graduated Sequoia High School twice. But the day he was born at the hospital, who do you think was there? I got a picture I can show you. It's Amber holding my grandson. So when they come before you, they tell you the impact that it's had on them. This impact is real. It's not made up. I just want to make sure that everybody in this room realizes that these are real people with real hearts. The horrible impact that Mr. Lanz's decisions had on people is unimaginable. Throughout the fire service, burning to that death, Amber's death, the horrible. We went to the house that morning. We stood at the street. I leaned against the mailbox with Justice's dad, who I'd known from working the streets back in Cherokee County way back. We were in disbelief. We stayed through the investigation, and the investigators, you could just tell watching from a distance that they were not going to leave any stone unturned. They were going to collect every piece of evidence in great detail, and we're grateful for them for doing that. And then it was time to remove Justin and Amber's bodies from the house, and they allowed us to be part of that. And as more as that may sound, it brings us honor that we could do that, because we were able to escort them over to the morgue here, and the next day we loaded them on apparatus and escorted them to the crime lab. They never spent a second alone until the day of the funeral. There were firefighters every night, stood vigil throughout the night, throughout the days leading up to the funeral, through the funeral. There were probably 1,200 or 1,500 firefighters from across the state of Georgia that visited or was at the funeral. The number of apparatus that was in the processions were absolutely amazing. And we will not ever allow Justin and Amber's memory to die. If you walk into our paramedic training facility at our fire training complex, we have a wall, and on that wall is a big picture of Justin. There's a big sign over the door, his paramedic certificate. This was a real man that dedicated a large part of his life, 16 months, to become a paramedic. He never got to enjoy receiving that certification because of Mr. Lanz. He never experienced saving lives in the back of an ambulance, practicing medicine in a road ditch. He was ready, he was prepared, he wanted to do it, but it was taken away from him. I go on and on, Lord, Your Honor, just tell you how much these people meant to this community, the parents, wonderful parents, grandparents, friends, colleagues. That he was a big old boy, and he was jolly. He really was. He could have been a great Santa Claus. I mean, you just kind of wanted to poke him every time you saw him. You know, we have forgiven Mr. Lanz, but I will tell you, I'm going to have to work on forgiving him again, because the fact that he's too big of a coward to come out here today and stand before the people that he's affected really does, makes me angry. But I'll pray about that, and I'll get there. It'll take some time, and I know others in the room probably feel the same way I do. And Audrey, you'll get there, honey. You'll forgive him. You have to. We can't be forgiven ourselves until we forgive those that trespass against us. In closing, I want to tell you this. At our fire training complex, we have a big burn building and a tower, and there are roads around the outside of our complex. And for the last 4 years, there's been a change of how we do training there. Prior to those 4 years, if we were going to do a simulated emergency, our dispatch would sound something like beep, 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 engine 1, truck 1, this and that. Respond to 1, 2, 3, anywhere street for the report of a structure fire with victims. That's not how it happens anymore, because all of our roads are now named after Justin and Amber and Jacob. The perimeter circle is Sixth Circle. It's Jacob Avenue that passes in front of our burn building. And on the buildings have Amber's birthday, Justin's birthday, and Jacob's birthday. So now a dispatch to a simulated emergency in our structure will sound something like this. Engine 1, Truck 1, Battalion 1, Squad 22, Medcon, whatever other apparatus, respond to the report of a structure fire at 904 Hicks Circle. Cross street is Jacob Way, or Jacob Walk, Jacob Avenue, I'm sorry. That way, every recruit firefighter that joins Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services, they will know that Jacob, Amber, Justin, they live strong, and that example they sent is amazing. So Lord, just beg, I keep saying Lord, I feel like I need to pray right now. Your Honor, I just ask too that we know what's right, and I know that you're gonna, I trust that you're gonna make the proper decision when it comes time to sentence, and we just ask that that sentence be the maximum sentence possible. We all have to pay when we commit these kind of crimes, Lord. We just ask that you sentence them to the full extent of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you for your service. All right, Attorney Horowitz, can call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Diana Hilton.
Thank you, Michelle.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I know.
Thank you.
If you'll just spell your name for the court reporter, and then tell the court your relationship with Amber.
Okay. Diana.
You can actually move just a little closer for me. I want to make sure I hear everything that you say.
Diana Hilton, Diana Aglton. Amber was Amber is my sister and brother-in-law's only child. When Amber was 11 days old, her mom was having severe pain and was admitted to the hospital, where they found that she had cancer. When Amber was 3 months old, Dorinda passed away. The last thing my sister said to me, the last time I was at the hospital, she said, "Please help take care of Amber." I quit work so that I could stay home and take care of Amber so she wouldn't be in daycare. I'll never forget how I felt to hold her and rock. When she started talking, she couldn't say Diana, and on her own she started calling me Nina, and that's who I was to her. And Justin and Jacob, I was always Nina. The first time she brought Justin for us to meet him, I knew he was the one for her, and we loved him as our own. They had a beautiful fairy tale wedding, and Amber looked like a princess, and Justin her prince. We were all so happy when we found out they were having Jacob. They bought a beautiful home.
after they were married, but it was so far from family and they wanted to move closer. Amber fell in love with the house on Verbena. It was her dream home. She and Justin were so happy to make a home there with little Jacob. I took the picture of them that everyone's seen standing in front of their home. Jacob loved it there. The little tank fire truck that we've all seen in the pictures was Jacob's favorite. He would grab Kit Kat and put her in there, and she would make all these noises like she wanted out, so Amber would tell Jacob to put her down. She would act like she was going to get away, and then she would stop in front of the fire truck and wait for Jacob to come pick her up again and put her back in the fire truck with him. It was their little game. They were so happy. Justin was working and studying so hard to take his test to be a certified paramedic that he never completely unpacked his office at home. And then on November 17th, 2021, evil invaded their home and maliciously took Justin and Amber's lives. He, the monster, talks about the demonic lights in their home. Those lights were not demonic, it was their Christmas tree. The only thing demonic in their home was him and his black heart. Amber's mom was sick. She had no choice in leaving Amber to grow up without her. But this evil monster made the choice to break into their home and take Amber and Justin's lives, leaving little Jacob to grow up without his mom or his daddy. That night changed all of our lives forever. For the first time ever, I sleep with a gun under my pillow. Sometimes when I wake up at night and I can't pinpoint what woke me up, I just reach under that pillow and touch my gun, and then pray that I never have to use it to hurt anyone. Justin and Amber will never be forgotten. Just as Amber only knew her mom through our memories and pictures, Jacob will only know his mommy and daddy in the same way. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, sir. Can we call your next witness?
Your Honor, the next statement is going to be State's Exhibit 3. It is a written statement from Brandy. And I'll read that now. My name is Brandy, and Amber was my cousin. I say cousin because she was always more like a sister to all of us cousins. She lost her mom when she was only a few months old, so we all kind of took over as older siblings to her. Our family has always been close, and Amber was special to all of us. She was the baby of the cousins. Her smile could light up a room, and if you felt bad, she had a way of making you feel better. It was just her. Amber had the warmest hugs. She was always amazingly independent, and she had to do things on her own. I think she was the result of not having her mom around while she was growing up. We were all there for her, but that wasn't the same. We loved hearing her sing. Man, could she sing. She had such a sweet voice. We loved watching her play softball and just grow into the amazing person that she was. Then Justin came along. He was just this amazingly sweet guy, always a little goofy, but that was part of his charm. He was a big teddy bear. The love he had for our Amber was so evident in everything he did. The two of them together was just sweet. They loved each other from the time they were kids, and that love grew over the years as they went by. They got married and started their life together, and then little Jacob came along a few years later. They loved that boy fiercely. They had just bought their dream house. They loved that they were closer to family. Justin and Amber also wanted to extend their family. They wanted to add another little one to complete their family. They were trying to do that at the time of their death. The family, friends, and everyone that loved them will make sure that sweet little Jacob is told daily how much they loved him. That sweet boy will never truly experience that love they had for him and will never truly know their warm hugs and kisses. We will make sure he knows how amazing his parents were. They were amazing humans who just wanted to help others. Our lives are so much better just for knowing them. Just seeing all of the people at their funeral showed that so many people loved them. Our lives are better for just having them love us. We will always have our memories, but our lives are forever changed because of their deaths. We also have a huge hole in our hearts. We will never experience their warm hugs, their sweet laughs, or Amber singing again. We will continue to shine the light that they had for them since they are no longer here to do that. We have to live the rest of our lives without them, but we will always make sure they are never forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, the state will call Laramie Hicks.
Raise your right hand, please. Both of you can raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Laramie, if you'll first state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record.
My name is Laramie Sims Hicks, still legally Sims, so Laramie-Sims.
And what was your relationship to Justin?
Justin and Amber were my brother and sister-in-law. I am married to Michael Hicks, Justin's brother. And starting out with this, I'd just like to say I didn't get to know them as long as I wanted to. My husband now and I were engaged on November 13th of 2021, 5 days before they were killed. I remember vividly getting text messages from both of them congratulating us on our engagement and wanting to be there for the celebration. 5 days later, we got a call from Amber's work saying she hadn't shown up, which was so unlike her. She was always reliable, sweet, caring, and kind. My now husband and I drove as fast as we could from our workplaces over to their residence on Virginia Drive. Not only do we feel the loss of Justin and Amber, but everyone who has experienced this tragedy has lost a piece of themselves. We will never get to celebrate the rest of our lives with them how we were supposed to. He lost a brother. I lost a sister. When we got to the house, my mother-in-law, Charlene, and my father-in-law, Tim, and Amber's father didn't know what to make of anything. The people that I had known were gone. Not just Justin and Amber, but my in-laws, my husband, pieces of them, forever lost. When we got married a year later, my husband was missing his best man, his best friend. Mr. Lanz talked about the pain that he felt losing his brother and still decided to inflict it on others. I hope that lives with him for the rest of his life, knowing what he took from others. I also want to remind the court what everyone lost that day. Not just us, the friends and family, but Cherokee and Cobb County. Justin was a firefighter. He did everything in his power to protect others, to help others. And Amber worked with the public. She loved people. They both gave everything they had in service to others. The lives Justin would have saved. The lives Amber would have impacted. We've all lost something. Not just the friends and family, but the world, but our counties, our community. And then Jake. He is the sweetest little boy. He carries his parent spirit. Kind, caring, loving, and just wants to help everybody. He will carry on their parents' legacy. We just ask for the maximum sentence for the monster that took everything from us, and not just us, the friends and family, but the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Laramie. Michael, if you will raise your right hand.
She swore.
Oh, we swore both in. Okay, Michael, if you'll introduce yourself and then go into your statement, please.
My name is Michael Hicks, and that's Michael Hicks. Here today to speak about the loss of my brother Justin and my sister-in-law Amber. Though in-law was only on paper, Amber was every bit of family as Justin was. I want to tell you who they were, the light they brought into the world, and the unbearable weight their absence has placed on all of us. Justin and Amber lived their lives with purpose, kindness, and compassion. Justin was a firefighter. His entire career was built around helping others to save lives. And he carried that same selflessness into his personal life. Through how he lived his life, he was a testament every day to what it meant to be a loving son, brother, husband, and father. He was my hero long before he ever put on the uniform. Together, Justin and Amber created a family centered on being a light to everyone around them. Anyone who crossed their path felt their warmth, their generosity, and their genuine love. Losing them has shattered our family. There's not a single day that their absence isn't felt. We mourn not just the life they were living, but the life they should have had. The future moments they'll never get to share with Jacob, the memories they should still be making. Family gatherings feel incomplete, holidays feel hollow, and there is a permanent empty space in our hearts. For me personally, the hardest part of losing Justin, he was the person I leaned on, I learned from, and admired my entire life. To me, he wasn't just my brother. He was my best friend. He was the person I looked up to, the example I measured myself against. Losing him meant losing a part of myself. And losing Amber meant losing who brought so much love and joy into our family. The grief has affected every part of my life, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. It has changed how I move through the world. Justin and Amber deserve so much more time. They deserve so many more memories with Jacob. They deserve to keep being the light that they were to so many. Their loss has taken more from us than I can truly express in words. I ask the court to understand the magnitude of this loss, not just for me, but for everyone whose lives they've touched. Nothing can give back what was taken, but I hope justice honors the beautiful lives Justin and Amber lived and the devastating void their deaths have left behind. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michael. Ashley Hicks.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ashley, if you'll spell your first name.
My name is Ashley. That's spelled Ashley.
And can you share the impact statement you prepared for the court?
Justin was my big brother, and even though legally Amber is my sister-in-law, she became my big sister. I sit here today mulling over what words to truly convey regarding the loss of Justin and Amber Hicks, and it's hard. It's hard to put into words the true impact of this loss, aside from simply saying that it hurts in ways that are unimaginable. I sit here today still scrambling with my thoughts and hoping that what I've written says enough. In all honesty, I just want to be heard. I want it to be known that we're all still here. Well, they're not. We're still here trying to pick up the pieces. My big brother is gone. My big sister is gone. And I have no choice but to learn how to live with that. Justin, the big brother who I called Daju, because that first name was just too hard to say as a child. Justin, the big brother who stood behind me during my school dance pictures as a way of protecting me. Justin, the big brother who took me to my very first job interview with a big smile on his face as we both thought it would be fun to pull a little prank on our parents, saying I didn't get the job, even though we both knew fully well I did. Justin, the big brother who rooted for me every step of the way throughout my college career, and yet never got to see me graduate. Justin Hicks, the big brother who, when he first moved out of our home, told me he'd never be far away. And there's Amber, the big sister who knew me before I knew her. Amber, the big sister who smiled and laughed with her entire soul. Amber, the big sister who knew every Disney movie and sang every song at every chance she could get. Amber, the big sister who loved funfetti cake in the color purple. Amber, the big sister who wanted to make plans to hang out more once the move to be closer to everyone was settled. Amber, the big sister whose last words to me a week before life forever changed was that Christmas is for all of us to be together and that she loved me too. I've said their names over and over again for one reason: memory. That's what they've been reduced to now, is a memory. I don't want that forgotten. I don't want them forgotten. Not in this room, not amongst the people sitting within this room today, or with anyone listening. I don't expect an apology. I don't expect any remorse, and I know that I'll never get an answer as to why this had to happen. A part of me has made some form of peace with this, understanding that the hole in my heart is one I have to learn to carry for the rest of my life. The other part of me still goes back to that day 4 years ago, sitting in the neighbor's driveway across the street, scared, and knowing that life was never going to be the same from that point on. And it's not. I miss them, and I miss how life used to be. I hate that every time I look at a fire truck, my heart feels heavy. I hate that every sound makes me nervous at night. And I hate that if I don't get a text back from my family, I think it's the worst thing possible could have happened. I hope that the efforts of this trial finally close this 4-year-long chapter, because I know everyone needs it. It won't bring closure like we want it to. It won't fill in the hole in our heart like we want it to. But it can finally put an end to what we've been waiting for now 4 very long years. Justin and Amber were always looking after each other and looking after others while they were here up until their final moments. Now it's our turn to look after them and the legacy they left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Mark, Boggs, you ready?
Could you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, if you'll start by introducing yourself to the court and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
Okay, my name is Mark Boggs, M-A-R-K-B-O-G-G-S.
What's your relationship to Amber?
Amber is my daughter.
And before we get into your statement, prior to today, did you help put together a slideshow of photographs, including Amber and yourself?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and we'll play that for the court in just a little bit, but if you will now share the impact statement you've written for the court.
Well, it's really hard to follow the great love and what everybody said about Amber and Justin. It's incredible, but I have with me Judge Brown. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have with me here for my support Kirsten Bauer. Kirsten was a huge part of Amber's life. They were like sisters, and whenever I took Amber places as a kid, I always take Kirsten with me. And there's so many stories. I mean, we go to the Atlanta Zoo, and we got a membership at the Atlanta Zoo as one story, as we went down to see Willie B, you know, and the kids had so much fun, you know, knocking on the glass and aggravating Willie. So anyway, Amber and I, we walked out and going, where's Kirsten at? And oh God, we had to turn around and go get Kirsten. She's still down there staring at Willie B, you know. But everywhere we went, you know, Kirsten was always a part of our lives and all of our other friends. But I just want to thank all the family and friends that have been here during the trial for their support. I love you all, and you know, it's our village, and there's so many more that have been part of the village. But today we gathered to mourn the loss of my daughter, Amber, and my son-in-law, Justin. Their little boy, Jacob, has been left without the guidance and love of both his parents. For 4 years now, our family have been engulfed in grief, and although we know closure may never come, we hold on to the hope that justice will be served and this monster never sees the outside again. Justice is what this defendant deserves, and I firmly believe that Mr. Lanz is a representative of pure evil. We'll just kind of like back up here and give a little background of Amber and myself. As a kidney transplant, my beautiful wife, Dorinda, longed to be a mother despite the risk involved. In July of 1990, she gave birth to her miracle child, Amber. She was a month early and only weighing 4 pounds 11 ounces.
It's tiny. You guys know that.
We got to choose a date of when Amber would be born, and we chose July 5th. Mine's July 2nd, but we wanted her to have her own birthday. But just tragically, 2.5 months later, I lost my wife, and Amber lost her mom to lymphoma. I guess at that time I became a Mr. Mom. And taking a row as a single parent was an incredible experience. I dedicated myself to Amber's upbringing, exposing her to many activities, jazz, dance, taps, ballet, YMCA, camping, sports, and more. The joys that we had and shared on the lake during the camping trips, it helped shape her childhood. And she always expressed excitement to me about passing those experiences over to Jacob. She said, Dad, I want you to teach Jacob all that you taught me. Of course, and of course I'm doing that with Jacob every time we're together. I have him playing baseball in the spring and lake life in the summer. And he is such a great boy. He's so much like his mama and his daddy. It's amazing. You see both of them. And as a father and a father-in-law of Amber and Justin, I want to remind everyone that I have the rights to that deserve recognition just as the killer does. The murder of my daughter and my son. The murder of my daughter and my son-in-law was not a random act. It was premeditated and intentional. Amber was my only child, and now I'm so lost without her. When I have Jacob on the weekends, he gives me strength to carry on. We're good buddies. Oh, yes, the both attitudes of Amber and Justin is perfect. It is. It's hilarious. 4 years ago, this past Monday, I had my last conversation with Amber and heard her voice for the final time. Every evening, despite her busy lives, after work, Amber would pick up her son, Jacob, and she called me to discuss her day. I mean, it was every day. We always talked. Our conversations were filled with laughter, frustrations, and love. I was always honored to be her sounding board and offer her advice whenever she needed it. I was so proud of Amber on her compassion and her dedication to her job. She was in the audiology field at NGA, North Georgia Audiology, and was respected by her peers. They all loved her. And Amber and I were so close, she always reminded me about my health, particularly regarding my hearing aids, warning me and saying that neglecting them would lead to early dementia. So, I mean, there was no arguing with my daughter, mulehead. So I made sure I got myself a new set of ears. So, well, still got better ears in the cornfield. But her care and nature and concern for my well-being reflected her love and commitment, especially because she wanted me to live a long life, and I would be there for Jacob. She would comment about say how much fun I am, and saying, Jacob is going to love hanging out with his papa. Yeah. Amber's light brightened every room she entered, and all she knew will contest to the infectious quality of her smile and laughter. Oh, but when her and Justin were together and they walked in the room, it was a whole another game. They were incredible. They were just perfect for each other. But the senseless act of violence that took Amber and Justin from us has shattered our family, leaving Jacob without his parents. It's hard to convey the pain and the grief that has accompanied the loss of a child. The haunting memories of Amber and Justin's final moments are a burden I will carry every day, and all of us will carry every day. It's a reality that feels like an impossible dream. Amber and Justin were remarkable individuals and loving parents, bringing positivity and humanity into this world. It's incomprehensible why Matthew Lanz would choose to take their lives in cold blood. That was never in God's plan. I'm a member of the POMC. It's parents of murdered children in Marietta. I started that about 1.5 years ago. This is a place where I find solace in sharing our feelings of grief and anger with one another. Understanding our shared experiences helps us to navigate the overwhelming loss that we face together. And, this is my POMC family, Nancy, and their support has really helped. I love them. They are a true family. We're grateful, Judge, that the convicted killer of Lanz is competent to be held accountable, was shown and proven. The actions he chose to take the lives of Amber and Justin's hold accountable of his earthly justice. I just know that after Matthew Lanz spent 9 months in Georgia Regional, it appears that he had learned how to manipulate the system. It's clear that he is intelligent and educated. Therefore, I urge the court to impose the maximum penalty. Matthew Lanz should serve his life in prison without the possibility of parole. It is shocking that Matthew Lanz, gets to breathe and speak and engage with the world while Amber and Justin have been silenced forever. You are a coward that you would not show up today. I will never hear the word Dad again. And I miss you and love you, Amber and Justin. Your lives and your legacy will live on forever. And we will teach Jacob everything about you all. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
And finally, Charlene.
After Charlene, there's going to be a slideshow, a collection of pictures that Dad put together.
And raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Thank you.
Charlene, if you'll first spell your first name for the record.
CHARLENE.
Take your time.
I don't know how to do this. I shouldn't have to do this. I don't know how to take 31 years and combine into small memories to convey who Justin was. When I looked into his life and was born, I didn't know I had 31 years. To know them was to love them. I know it's a cliche thing to say just the truth. They made no enemies. But she could have met Jacob. To look into his eyes, you see the same beautiful soul. Staring back, you see a glimpse of Justin and Amber. Jacob is a carbon copy of his dad in appearance. And he's got the same attitude as his mom. Can't argue with him. I'll just simply say, I want to ask that he gets the monstrous life, because we've all been sentenced to life without just Amber. I don't know how to do that. Watching my children here in pain. My husband, Jacob, he asked me the other day, and he says, I know my mom and dad haven't come to see them. Chicago one day. Picture day, he asked me, whose smile do I have? Which one should I use? I said, either one is good, baby. They both look great. I said, just don't give me that typical cheese smile. Give me an actual one. But I stand before you and ask that he is sentenced to the maximum whatever it is. And I stand before you for Jacob and ask the same. And that's all I don't know what to say.
Charlene, really quickly, did you and your husband provide some photos to us to include in a slideshow presentation?
Yeah.
All right, the court. Thank you so much. Your Honor, at this time, we do have two exhibits that I've shown defense counsel. The first is State Sentencing Exhibit 4, which is a slideshow presentation of photos of Justin and Amber and their family, along with photos of them together that were taken from State's Exhibit 472, which is the phone extraction of Amber Hicks.
Attorney Barry.
Those were shown to me earlier and we had no objection.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Sorry, I have to log back in.
If there's music on these, it may cut the feed. It may kill the feed automatically. So I'll have to. We'll see what we can do.
And then finally, Your Honor, we have State's Sentencing Exhibit 5. This will be the evidence that the state presents in aggravation, which has been shown to defense counsel. The 2 photographs and 1 video contained in State Sentencing Exhibit 5 again came directly from State's 472, which was Amber's phone extraction. Your Honor, this photo here was taken on November 6th of 2021. This was the very last family photo, just 11 days prior to the murder. This was following a weekend they spent camping together. This here, Your Honor, is the last video.
This little guy loves you too. He does not want to go to sleep tonight, so we're just hanging out. Can you say hi, Nana?
That video was the very last video of Jacob with his mommy on November 13th of 2021. And it was on the very couch where his mom would be executed just 4 days later. And thank God Matthew Lanz didn't break through that window 4 days prior, because it was almost at the exact same minute that she was executed. And finally, this photo here. This photo was taken on November 17th of 2021. This is the very last photo of Jacob with his daddy, taken 9.5 hours before his dad was executed. Jacob would never be held in his dad's arms again. Your Honor, no one saw this coming. I'm not going to belabor the point here. You've seen and heard the evidence in this case. It's clear that this man deserves the maximum possible sentence. And it's not just for the murders. It's not just for the home invasion, the gun charges, the cruelty, but for robbery. He's not charged with robbery, but it is by far the most heinous crime that he committed. He robbed Justin and Amber's friends of their friends with the biggest hearts, their angels on earth. He robbed the Cherokee County Fire Department from one of their brothers. He robbed Tim and Charlene of their firstborn child. He robbed Mark from his one and only child, his baby girl. Mark had already lost his wife when Amber was just 2.5 months old. Never in a million years did he think that he would repeat history like that. And Matthew Lanz robbed Jacob of his parents forever. Jacob only had 2 birthdays on this earth with his mom and dad. He didn't get to spend a single Christmas with his mom and dad that he would actually remember. He didn't get to be dropped off for his first day of kindergarten by his mom and dad. He didn't get to go to his first baseball practice with his mom and dad. He didn't get to have his mom and dad at any school function, like muffins with mom or donuts with dad. He doesn't get to sit at the dinner table and do homework with his mom and dad. He doesn't get his mom and dad to teach him how to drive. He doesn't get to have his mom and dad at any graduation. He doesn't get to have his mom and dad in the bleachers of any high school games. He doesn't get to go on college tours with his mom and dad. He doesn't get to invite his mom and dad for Parents' Weekend. He won't have his dad standing beside him one day when he gets married. He won't get to have a first dance with his mom. He doesn't get to become a father and share that beautiful moment with his mom and dad. That moment where all of a sudden you really deeply understand just how remarkable your mom and dad really are and how much they love you. And most importantly, Jacob will never have a sibling. The greatest gift you can give a child on this earth is a sibling. And that it was certainly the intent of Justin and Amber is to give Jacob, at a minimum, one sibling, but I'm sure many more. And he was robbed of that opportunity. Jacob obviously has a lot of love and support, and for that I'm grateful. But you cannot replace a child's mom and dad. It's actually amazing when you look at child development. Children have an incomparable bond and attachment to their parents. And this bond is so deep and so innate that it remains true even if their parents aren't the best parents. Look at kids in foster care. Parents who may have been in and out of jail, who may have struggled with addiction, who have prioritized them, and yet their children still love them and put them on a pedestal. If children like that are so deeply connected to subpar parents, think about how profound Jacob's bond was to his mom and dad. They were perfect. Their lives revolved around Jacob, and happily so. And they loved their son. The Eighth Amendment is supposed to protect against cruel and unusual punishment. Unfortunately, that protection only goes one way. This defendant cannot receive a punishment that's considered cruel and unusual under the Constitution, but he sure gave Jacob one. At the young age of 2 years, Jacob was sentenced to life without his parents. He will never have his mommy and daddy back. This defendant literally tore a piece of Jacob's heart and soul out of his body, robbing him of the only thing that mattered to him on this earth. This defendant has already received mercy and will continue to receive mercy because he gets to breathe air and he gets to receive love and support from his mom and dad. He even gets to choose whether he wants to face the devastating impact that his actions created, which is what we've seen today by choosing not to be present for his sentencing hearing and choosing not to hear the victim impact statements. All of that's mercy. Mercy that Jacob doesn't get. Jacob doesn't get to hear his mom and dad. He doesn't get to see them. He doesn't get to feel their love and support. He doesn't get to breathe the same air that they breathe. This defendant does not deserve an ounce more of mercy than he's already getting. We are asking that you sentence the defendant to the maximum sentence, which is as follows. For count 1, malice murder, the state is asking for a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. For count 2, malice murder, the state is asking for life without the possibility of parole consecutive to count 1. For counts 3, 4, 5, and 6, felony murder, those will be vacated by operation of law. Count 7, home invasion, the state is asking for a life sentence consecutive to count 2. Count 8 and 9 are aggravated assault counts. Both will merge. Count 8 merges with count 1. Count 9 merges with count 2. Count 10, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, 5 years to serve consecutive to count 7. Count 11, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, 5 years to serve consecutive to count 10. Count 12, cruelty to children in the second degree, 10 years to serve consecutive to count 11. And count 13, tampering with evidence, 12 months to serve consecutive to count 12. For a total sentence of 2 consecutive life without parole sentences, plus an additional life sentence consecutive, plus an additional 20 years to serve in custody consecutive, plus an additional 12 months to serve in custody consecutive. This is the only sentence that even comes close to justice for the irreparable and permanent damage that he has caused to all those before you, to all those in the community, and most importantly to Jacob.
Thank you. Attorney Berry? Sorry, Attorney Berry, I'll hear from the defense.
Your Honor, I've been doing this for 55 years. I've seen a lot of heartbreak, pain, and sorrow brought on by tragedies such as this. As a parent, the loss of a child is almost too much to bear. And our hearts go out to the family of Justin and Amber. I have done a lot of these trials. I don't think I have seen as many people attend not only the competency hearing that we had, but also this trial. I think that certainly is a tribute to the lives of Justin and Amber. I think certainly the family should be proud of the number of people that are here and the people that want to honor them. As I said in my opening statement, this trial is about who was to blame, and secondly, why this happened. I know this court, because I know this court, you looked at every piece of evidence and rendered a verdict that you felt was fair. So now this court has determined who committed these crimes. However, we still don't know why. A lingering question in the minds of a lot of people who know. And that question of why is where we're going to ask the court for some measure of mitigation. I've dealt with this case for the last 4 years. I've dealt with Matthew for the last 4 years. I believe that Matthew had and still has a mental illness. I think our ability to consider mercy is what makes us human. And it's hard to want to give any measure of mercy in this particular case. However, we are asking the court to give whatever measure of mercy that you can for Matthew, because we still don't know why. We still don't know what a motive would be. The lead detective, when I asked him about the motive, the lights, maybe his brother who was killed. After the death of his brother, he went downhill pretty quickly. All we can ask of the court is simply to consider those things that the court heard in our previous 4-day hearing concerning his mental health and what this court heard in the trial of his case. And that's all we can ask. I know the court will consider those. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Eddie Green or Eddie Horowitz, do you have any rebuttal?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so at this time I am going to step off the bench to take into consideration what the court has heard today, the facts, the law, and we'll make a decision rendering the sentence, and we'll come back out at that time to pronounce the sentence. If I could have the attorney's approach for just one moment.
Okay, while the judge does this, let me just, I've not been able to find the case law that the judge was citing to say why Matthew Lanz was not present for this. What I can find seems to indicate that the defendant not being present for sentencing has been problematic for appeals courts, and so I don't know where they're finding this right, because this is not someone who sits innocent in the eyes of the law at this point. The guilt is there, because the jury, in this case the bench, the bench trial judge has found guilt. The sentence has not been imposed, but as he sits there, he's guilty now. They've found him guilty, and I guess there's a technicality with when it's actually adjudicated or not. But there's a point in that where you lose some rights, where you no longer have all the same rights that you had going into trial. In some states, they have changed the law. Namely, Adam Montgomery, they changed the law to require the defendant to be present.
All right, we'll stand in recess
For sentencing. I don't know why the judge allowed this. It's definitely odd that she allowed the defendant to not show up for his sentencing hearing. I can see that, in trial, the defendant's supposed to be there in trial because you have the right to face your accusers and cross-examine your accusers and participate in your defense and all that. And him not being there, he can waive that right. But the sentencing, I think, is different. And I would be okay with him being compelled to be present for sentencing. But I wonder if it would change if the judge would have adjudicated him guilty at the time that she made the decision, and then postponed sentencing. If that would have changed anything in as far as whether he would be allowed to leave or just waive his appearance there. But do you think she may make him come out for sentencing even though he wasn't there to hear all the family stories? I was thinking that right before we cut to the logo here, or the seal, because there are a lot of bailiffs coming into the courtroom. There were a bunch, and it's possible that she may force him to be there for the actual sentencing, but not for the sentencing hearing, which seems like a slap in the face to the family, who didn't get to share their grief and say, you deserve to hear what this did. But then the judge says, but in a way it looks like, well, I'm important enough, I can make him listen to me, but he doesn't have to listen to you. And it does seem like it's not fair there. But I'm not sure if that's the case, if we are going to see him come out or not. I'll say this about the family. Holy cow, what an amazing family. And I'm not just talking about the victims, but the entire extended family, siblings, friends, relatives that surrounded these two victims in this case, and are continuing to surround Jacob. I mentioned this before. I'm religious. It guides my religion. My beliefs guide me how I act every day. I sometimes fail and have to try to do better, and apologize and make things right. But it is impressive to see someone who has a set of beliefs and morals and principles that guide their actions, and see them stick to those same beliefs and morals and principles when it's the very hardest. And I think we saw that today in the family, that as they shared, their feelings with the court and with everybody. But we've got to definitely give them credit for that. The victims, I didn't know them. Bobby here in chat You did. It sounds like they lived right, because the effect they had on the people around them was tremendous, and it is senseless. And it's just, we just don't understand and don't have answers to the questions that remain even now with the case, in its final seconds. But I'll say this a little bit. I know we're not done yet because we're waiting for the judge to come back out. But these days are hard, but they're also incredibly wonderful. What amazing people. I mean, how awesome is it to know that there's, down in this little part of Georgia, there's a neighborhood filled with families and relatives and friends that are just absolutely rock stars in life, and doing just amazing things and raising incredible families and doing it right. The news doesn't cover this day in and day out, and we only see this when bad things happen, and then we see the contrast when it's brought in front of us. But really, what an incredible light of hope that gives us when every day, we just hear about the bad stuff. And so for that reason, I'm grateful, and that makes these moments amazing and wonderful. Amid the sorrow and mourning and pain. I think a lot of you have mentioned, and I feel it myself. It's like, well, what do I need to do personally? Amber, these glasses make my eyes super sweaty. I don't know what it is. It's like a defective model or something. But what do I need to do personally to say that, to change, what do I need to change in my behavior with other people, with my family, with whatever, so that, heaven forbid, the day comes where they're talking about me either, as I'm, laying in a casket or at the morgue or in a crime scene. I hope that doesn't happen. Will they have any good things to say about me, right? Will it be like, well, he was sort of average, he was pretty, on a good day, it was good to be around him. He was, as long as things were going his way, he was pretty lighthearted and fun, and he could, or would you have something like we have here, where everybody says it was always this was them. This wasn't the exception. We're not giving you the highlight reel of their life. We're telling you what it was like day in and day out, and it inspires me to be a better person. And so as we sit here and basically pry into the private parts of a grieving family's life, I just have to say thank you. Thank you for, first of all, letting us, without your permission, sort of barge in and watch and learn and see how you guys do it right and inspire us to do better. So thank you all. I think I should have a Discord on. I've got somebody calling from overseas. Might be Sloth Life. Hang on.
Call from
Sloth Life.
It is. Hang on. I pushed the wrong button.
Press 1. To send a voice.
Sloth Life, are you there?
I am.
Hey, how
Sorry
are you
to
doing?
interrupt when I'm good. How are you doing?
Well, I've got sweaty glasses on today. It's really bugging my eyes. The allergies are kicking up a ton. But other than that, I'm doing great. How about yourself?
You and me both. I've got very sweaty eyes today too. I've had to take my glasses off a few times. Oh man, that was really tough, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, beautiful but tough. It was beautiful for the family, and hopefully Jacob can, obviously, not that I for a minute believe that he wants to watch the trial, but hopefully someday people will tell him the beautiful things that were said about his family and just how much they impacted people. That was one of the hardest ones I think we've watched in a long, long time. Yeah, I'm getting emotional now just thinking about it, so we have to change the subject.
Yes, let me before you go too far. We heard about two foundations, and the first one was the Jacob's Pathway Foundation, which was created to help Jacob specifically, but it's a 501c3 that helps other children as well. It goes beyond just Jacob. And that's the link to Jacob's pathway right there, which is just amazing that this was formed by the coworkers of his dad, fellow firefighters and law enforcement that brought this together. And that was just awesome. But man, the one that hurt to hear about was the parents of murdered children. That there's that this is common enough that there's groups of people who have gone through this same thing, and that one breaks my heart. It does great good. It's needed, but it's sad that it is needed.
I said that in chat when I heard that. I said how sad that there has to actually be an organisation named the parents of murdered children. It's just, and you wonder why some families get so much more sadness than other people, don't you? It's just, life is not fair.
Yeah.
It really isn't. But I'm going to change the subject before I get emotional again.
Okay, please do.
I went to the court today. Woo.
Tell us about
Good thing. Finally the very good thing for me is that I've finally managed to get all the estate paperwork correct, and it's all been approved today and everything, so we can now move on with everything. So that was the good news part for me. I went into the court. It was not what I was expecting at all. I don't know why I thought it. Well, it was just really formal, and I get that there's a formality to the courtrooms, but this one, the people going in and out of the courtroom, including what would be the solicitors are in gowns as well, and they bow to the judge, and they bow when they leave. And it's not addressed as judge or even sheriff, which I thought it would have been, but it's my lord, and it's my lord. I'm in your hands, my lord. This was what one lawyer was saying. He was pleading for his client to get unpaid work. Rather than go back to prison or jail. And it was so he's standing there telling the story about how this guy's a changed person. I was literally 10 feet behind the guy, and all I could see was him smirking and laughing, and the judge or the sheriff had his head down reading the report. But the guy's face was black and blue, and so were his knuckles, so he's obviously been in another fight.
Yeah. Whoa.
It turned out that he hadn't done the last lot of unpaid work. He had only done 3 hours out of 60, but the judge going to give him another 200, and then said because he spent some time inside, he reduced that to 140 hours. So he got that. So he's now back up to 200 hours of unpaid work. But he was quite happy. He went out smiling. So it was the way the lawyer, or just as I say, when I walked in, I was quite surprised to see them all walking about with the black gowns flowing behind them.
Right. And
do
they wear the wigs and everything?
Only the sheriff wears the wig, not the lawyers.
Okay.
The lawyers would, if it was, it depends apparently on the case, because I went in to look. There are different courtrooms, obviously, and the one that I was in was more of what they would call simple procedure, where things were being, that one was just like a community service type thing. It wasn't a trial, but there are trials on. So I've now found what we call our sheriff court rules, which would be your docket. So I've been able to find that now, and said to my husband, I came home from court all excited. I said, every day you're off now, I'm going down to court in the morning to try and get a trial. I'm going to start looking to see if there's somebody with loads of charges against them. And go down to court and sit in on it. But it was fascinating to watch, as I say, just the language, and was not what I expected.
The formalities and everything does the language, is it all the way through their arguments? Is it extremely formal way of speaking, or is it just like the initial greeting or the start?
No, it's the whole way through the argument. So it was, literally even after saying yes, it was yes, my lord, no, my lord, yes, my lord. And as I say, this lawyer went on about, he talked about, and then the sheriff asked, had he done any of the unpaid work? And it wasn't even, I'll confer with my client. I wish I'd taken note of the word, but he used a really strange word as well for actually going to speak to his client. So he came over and they were whispering. I couldn't obviously hear what they were saying, and went back, and it was, again, my lord, having spoken to my client, my lord, I would put myself at the mercy of my lord. My client would like to do this, my lord. And it really was like, I thought it was like groveling almost.
It's interesting. I wonder if it's because of more of the makeup of the government, the court sort of, and the crown, the connection between the courts and the crown. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it is, because I think there's only the people that can only wear the wigs are the ones that are like, well, it would have been the Queen's Counsel, but now it's King's Counsel.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that has something to do with it and how you actually address them, because the lower court down up here is the Justice of the Peace, but you just refer to them as GP.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the sheriff in Scotland is the judge, but we call them the sheriff. And then you go to the next court up is the High Court. They deal with what's considered the most serious crimes, which is unaliving and rape.
Yeah.
So, but you can go to that one also.
Are you going to become a Scotland court watcher? And
well, I am. Yes, I'm so fascinated now by that. And
that's
because
awesome.
of the time difference, I can do both. I can go to court and watch Ari.
It's who needs sleep, right? Who needs sleep? You can 24/7.
No, exactly. Oh no, it was fascinating, and I just don't know why I've never done it before.
This is awesome.
You would have loved the building. You would have loved the building. The building, the Air Court building in Paisley. We're a very historic town, and has been there since 1885. So the building is beautiful. Lovely big high ceilings, loads of ornate wood staircases and railings and things. That was gorgeous. And inside the courtrooms themselves, although they were more modern, but again, all what you would call your heavenly wood. So
yes.
I was absolutely fascinated by it, and I will definitely be going back. And then I may actually venture into Glasgow and go to the High Court and watch a trial. And because I obviously, your search history brings up recommendations. So I had got a recommendation from a legal magazine last week saying that the Supreme Court, which is our highest court in the UK, they're doing tours around different cities so that people can see what goes on, and they're coming to Glasgow in May next year. So I've marked the date in my diary.
Awesome.
So I'm going to go to the Supreme. So they do all the appeals and things, obviously, for criminal appeals, and that's your last stop. But they're also doing a live stream of it as well, which is really unusual.
That's
because
neat.
we're not normally so transparent.
It would be neat if courts over there got live streamed more. If it was publicly viewable on your local computer, that would be really.
Unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do a Legally Blonde, and because I met a really nice security man today when I went in, and he helped me through the metal detector and things, because I use a walking stick sometimes, like a cane. So he was lovely, and one of the solicitors in the courtroom that I was in didn't know, haven't met her at all, but she walked in, said good morning, hi, and smiled, and so they all seem very friendly.
That's awesome.
So I'm looking forward to my next visit, and I hope I get a nice juicy case.
I'm excited. I hope you get a great one as well. I love that people go and watch local courts, so that's just really cool.
Well, it must be quite unusual, because I think I was more of what people were watching. I was the only person in the gallery, and when I walked in, every single person in the room turned around and looked at me.
Like, who's this lady? She doesn't work here.
Nope, and I actually had dressed up really nice today. I didn't go with my Recovery Addict hoodie on. I had put on a nice shirt or a blouse and a skirt, and was looking all nice and tidy. So I had the police staring at me, the bailiff, the sheriff even.
You were distracting them. That's what you were doing.
That's what it was, yeah. But hopefully they'll get to know my face. So anyway, I will let you go. Won't keep you any longer.
Angela, thank you so much.
Thanks for letting me call in. Yeah,
awesome.
Thanks very much. Take care, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
I appreciate you so much.
Yeah?
Thanks for your support. You know what I mean?
No problem.
You're awesome.
I meant to say, but did you get my voicemail? I was told the people in chat that have ever watched Taggart, the Scottish detective, will know what I'm about to say. I left you a voicemail saying it. There's been a murder.
There's been the murder. That's funny.
Only
Love
a
it.
Scottish can say murder.
Murder.
There's been a murder. Okay.
Thank you,
Right,
Slav Life.
Take care.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
She's amazing. Oh my goodness. And since all of you understood every word she says, because she doesn't have an accent, I won't have to translate any of it for you. No, she, for those that can we get a read back? She has a little bit of an accent. I love it though. She basically says she had some business at the courts to finish some paperwork and stuff, and so while she was there, she dressed up and she went to court and just watched some proceedings. And there was a proceeding going on with somebody who was sentenced to unpaid work instead of time in jail, and just she was surprised at the formalities of the court with all the milords and everything, and all the very it's almost old fashioned, but it's still it's current, but it's just not the way we speak outside of court. So just sharing her take on that and how she dressed up to the nines to attend court and was turning some heads amongst all the solicitors and everything else there. So that was wonderful. But Rule 43 does not state the defendant has to be present for victim impact statements. I don't think it addresses a sentencing hearing specifically. Would you like a transcript? I think I got most of it. But that was funny. That was a lot of fun. I love that you are going to court. She's going to go again and hopefully get a good juicy case. So love the Scottish accent. All right. Let's see. There are no Stanleys or drinks allowed. I imagine it's rather formal. Yes, she wore her blouse and scarf. That's funny. Awesome. All right. We're waiting. It shouldn't be long. I didn't start a timer on this one. We're waiting for the judge to make a ruling on this. Basically, we anticipate life without parole be the sentence, and for the the malice murder case charges in this case. Whether they are consecutive or concurrent, I don't know. I'm guessing it will probably be consecutive. I don't know if all the charges will be concurrent or consecutive, meaning where they served at the same time or one after the other. I imagine there might be some that sort of are served at the same time. But if the judge comes back and says everything is served consecutively, that means you have to serve the first life without parole before you start the second life without parole. And that would be the worst case scenario for the defendant if he ever had hope of parole, because he'd have to live a lot of lifetimes to get there. Enjoyed my time in Scotland, but did not attend any courts. That's probably a good thing. Although the architecture there, just for looking at the buildings, it is amazing. I loved being over in the UK. I have not been to Scotland. My family has, without me. Ask me how I feel about that. But just seeing the pictures, it's amazing to see just the buildings, just the beauty of them. It's incredible. All right. They went scot-free. They did. That's funny. Let's see. It is 1:07. We're sort of working through lunch, and not only were we working through lunch, Mrs. R.A. made banana bread. And she's like, there's a loaf that I overcooked a little bit, so we have to eat that one because we can't give it away. And she comes in and she's eating it right in front of me. And so she asked if I would like some, and I said yes. And it hasn't shown up yet. So there's warm banana bread, or there was warm banana bread I turned down. Let's see. Banana bread is not cookies. It is not. Do I think I should get some? Issue an APB for the banana bread. And my daughter says she's making me lunch as well, so maybe they're waiting for me to come out. Let's see, the Old Bailey, the best place to watch a case. Did everyone catch the reference to Willie B in the family remarks? Talking about the Atlanta Zoo. Willie B was a gorilla that was born, I believe, in the zoo, and so and lived there for 39 years or something. And so it was just a fixture. A lot of people sort of loved watching Willie B. Let's see, was there anything else we were going to cover on that? Ashley Wayant. Thank you, Ari, for the tip about the Unclaimed Money website. My sister is $1,300 richer now. This is awesome. Okay, if you guys missed this morning, we were talking a little bit about what we talked about on the podcast because in the United States, there's an organization that is it's basically the professional group of treasurers for each state. And the treasurers are responsible for holding on to the unclaimed money that belongs to citizens of that state or residents of that state that somehow was not able to be given to them. It could be an old tax refund. It could be, an old, deposit for overpaying a mortgage. You name it. There are a billion different reasons. Well, it looks like the judge is coming back. We shared the website today, and tons of you have found some missing money. It looks like the judge is back, so let's listen in, see what her ruling is going to be, and if the defendant is going to be brought out for it. The defendant waived his right through his attorney this morning to his presence. Let's see. We're back on the record. Case of Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. We're just waiting for audio. Hearing this would be great. Let's see if we can get delayed audio. Okay, we've got delayed audio. Hang on, let me see if we can match it up.
We are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229-00922. The clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Berry, represents Mr. Lanz, and the state represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz are present here in the open courtroom. Mr. Lanz has waived his right to appear for the sentencing. I'll start by saying that this is not an easy job. And I'm not saying that because I want sympathy or empathy from anyone. I signed up to do this job. I say that because there is no joy that comes in sentencing someone to the very minimum the law says will be a life sentence.
Okay, I'm going to pause for just a second. She says, there's no joy. Hang on, we're trying.
There is no joy that comes from hearing from the loved ones about the devastation that has been caused in their lives. To do this job, and that I committed to upholding my oath of upholding the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia, as well as the law and Constitution of the United States. And I take my oath very seriously. And there were three things that I committed to doing when I sought to get this job. That was to be of service, to serve with compassion, and to be just. And being just or justice looks very different in every case that comes before the court, whether it is a criminal case, a domestic case, or a civil case. Because it is very, very rare that anybody comes into this courtroom for something of joy. Whether it is a criminal case and there is a defendant before the court, or victims coming before the court, or if I'm making a decision in someone's divorce about custody or visitation of their children, or someone comes in and there is a business dispute in their livelihood, the way they feed their families, I have to decide that. As Mr. Hicks, you said something when you were here in the witness stand. You said, Judge, I know you hear a lot of cases and you see a lot of cases, and I do, unfortunately.
But every single case that comes before this court is important. Every single case that comes before this court deserves the court's full attention, deserves the court's full commitment to its oath, and deserves the court's full commitment to what the court said it would do in this position. This is the community in which I live, that I chose to live. I chose to live with my family. This is a community that I love. And that's what makes this job difficult. Because what does justice look like? Every case is different. The attorneys, law enforcement, prosecution, defense. We choose to be here every day. We made this decision to do this work. It doesn't mean that it makes it easy, whether you're state or defense in the work that you do. But we all seek to be just, to seek the truth, to take the facts and apply the laws that have been given to us with those facts, and do the best that we can do. And in doing so and not allowing, when you're making a decision, you don't leave your human side at the door. You don't leave your human side at the door. But you have to remember that you have to look at the facts, you have to look at the law, and you have to apply it. Even when it may not be the popular thing, or the things that people want you to do, it's without fear or favor that we serve. And to be servants of the people. That's what makes this job difficult, because you have to separate the human emotion from the facts and the law that you have before you. But I swore an oath. And I swore an oath, again, to uphold the laws and the Constitution of both Georgia and the United States, and I committed to being of service, to serving with compassion, and to being just. And so in the case of the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-9-00922, the court sentences Mr. Lanz as follows. Count 1, malice murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 2, malice murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 2 will run consecutive to count 1.
Okay, that's what they wanted.
By operation of law, counts 3, 4, 5, and 6 are vacated. Count 7, home invasion, life consecutive to count 2. Counts 8 and 9, count 8, aggravated assault merges into count 1, count 9, aggravated assault merges into count 2. Count 10, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, 5 years to serve in confinement. Count 10 runs consecutive to count 7. Count 11, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, 5 years to serve in confinement. Count 11 runs consecutive to count 10. Count 12, cruelty to children in the second degree. Count the 10 years to serve in confinement. Count 12 will run consecutive to count 11. Count 13, tampering with evidence, 12 months confinement. Count 13 will run consecutive to count 12.
They're all consecutive.
Mr. Lanz is adjudged guilty for the above stated offenses and is sentenced for a total of 2 life without parole plus life plus 20 years plus 12 months to serve in confinement. I'll have the attorneys look at the sentencing sheet. Mr. Berry, as far as Mr. Lanz signing, are you going to sign, or will you take it back for him to sign, or will you sign the sentence? Okay.
He'll sign it absentia. Consecutives means one after another, not at the same time. Basically, the prosecution got everything they asked for in this one as far as guilties and in the sentencing. And Mr. Lanz was allowed to not be present at his sentencing. Right, consecutives as opposed to concurrent. Concurrent would be at the same time. So if you got 5 different sentences of a year each and you served them concurrently, you would only be in for 1 year. If you got 5 sentences that were consecutive, you would serve for 5 years because you finish one and then you start the next. So all these are consecutive. He has to finish one before he starts the next one. It's a lot of it, he'll never get to the end of it. That's the case. All right, this should put a bow on it.
Clerk, the sentence sheet has been signed. Can you please file it into the records of the court? Attorney Berry, as Mr. Lanz has waived his right to be present, I am going to here on the record review his post-conviction rights with you, and if you would please sit in your place that you will review those rights with him.
I spoke with him yesterday about that, Judge, and again this morning, so he's aware.
Okay. And for the record, the defendant has the right to seek post-judgment relief from the conviction of the crimes by either making a motion for a new trial in this court and/or filing an appeal to a higher appellate court. If he wants to file a motion for a new trial or an appeal, then he will need to file a motion or a notice of appeal with the clerk of Superior Court of this county within 30 days. He may want to more fully discuss this with his attorney, and if a motion for new trial is made and the court denies it, then he will have 30 days from the filing of this order of denial in which to file with the clerk of court his notice of appeal. The defendant has the right to have an attorney represent him on the motion for a new trial and the first level of direct appellate review. And if he cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court will provide him with an attorney and a transcript of the trial at no cost. There were several felony convictions, and we'll have a period of 4 years from the date of the sentence in this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. The details that can affect the time with which Mr. Lanz can file his petition are contained within code subsection OCGA section 9-14-42C. For the misdemeanor will be a period of 1 year from the day of the sentence in this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. Again, the details of the time that can affect the filing of this petition are filed within OCGA sections 9-14-42C and 40-13-33. And also just explaining to ensuring that Mr. Land understands those post-conviction rights. The court will set a specified date for a hearing for the motion of the new trial once the motion has been filed and the time estimate for the preparation of the transcript has been prepared. And we will set that date and provide notice to both the state and the defense. Before we adjourn here, there's a couple of final things I want to say. First, there are no words that I can say to family and friends that are going to fill the void in your hearts, and I recognize that. There is nothing that I can do or a sentence that can replace the ache in your spirit. I don't even want to use the word closure, because there is no closing on the love that you have for Justin and Amber. But it is my hope, and my sincere hope, that you can take, even if it's just a small step, forward towards healing. That the thoughts of Justin and Amber that now bring tears to your eyes will be more memories that will bring smiles to your heart. Recognize that Jacob does not have his mom and dad. Dad isn't there to throw him his first football and teach him to swing a bat, but he has a granddad who's going to show him how to do that. Or mom to show up for muffins and mom. With a lot of aunties and grandma and cousin aunties that will be there to do that for him. A few weeks ago, I saw in response to a post that a friend made, that someone had made about the loss of their loved one. And it stuck with me the last few weeks. And it said, "What is remembered lives." And I know that Justin and Amber are well remembered, so they will live. This court is adjourned.
It's rare to get those type of remarks from the judge, but clearly this case, and I would say more importantly, this family touched her heart. And that was beautiful. It was amazing to be able to witness it. I'll say that. It's a strong family. My heart breaks for them, but they're going to do amazing things. They're going to continue to do amazing things. We have the same brand of glasses. Yeah. All our glasses are defective today. That's for sure. All right. Wow. We have passed lunchtime. It is Friday. We've had a rough day. I owe Red Pen like a year's vacation. Red Pen, thank you so much. Amidst all the emotions, she's still catching names and putting pins together. Amber, you too as well. It's been a long day for that. There have been good moments as well for those that missed it. We're so excited that everybody was finding that they've got some lost money. It's like putting on your old pair of jeans and finding a $20 bill in the pocket. It's just a good day, and I'm glad that happened for y'all. For those who did, wonderful. Enjoy the holiday season. We are approaching very quickly here in the United States. Thanksgiving, it's next week. Because of Thanksgiving, there's not going to be a podcast on Thursday. Just found hubby $10. There you go. And it's a season where a lot of time is spent with family if you're able. I'm very well aware that a lot of you it's not able for one reason or another, whether it's for health or whether it's financial. That the memories are what you want to have happen this holiday just aren't going to happen. Know that we're thinking of you, we're praying for you all, and I just wanted to take a minute and just say thank you, because what I saw in this courtroom, with the family of Justin and Amber, is something I see in this community every day. And I wrote a post about it, but I have not shared it yet. But it's the hardest and it's the best part about being a content creator. And the part I never expected was to find a community I connected with. And I get to connect to you guys and watch as you guys do these same sort of things that this family did, and support each other and be there for each other. And be a shoulder to cry on, or laugh and celebrate with someone else's, the highs and the lows of life, being there for each other. This community is amazing. It inspires me, and it is the best part of being a content creator. So I wanted to take that opportunity ahead of the holidays just to thank you for that, for being that example to me. Speaking of generosity, Winter Libby, remembering the 6 lives lost in the Waukesha parade attacks 4 years ago. Winter Libby, thank you for that. Tammy Lee gifted 10 memberships as well. There have been so many gifted memberships today. Let me see if I can go back and get them all here. Let's see. Alexis MC220 gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Vern, thanks for the kind words from Mrs. R.A. 24 months. OG. Lindsay Labargue, 31 months. Another OG. Thank you. Chris Wallace gifted a membership. Thank you, Chris. Let's see. If my membership was gifted, it says Angie Bremeyer. If membership was gifted, how do I register myself after the gift expires? Please help with the technology inept. Once your membership expires, when you're chatting, your name will go back into gray, and it will give you an option. I think there's a little dollar sign or a dollar bill down at the bottom of chat you can click on, and you can either gift or become a member. If you gift it, it's giving it to someone else. You can also choose to do it yourself. So it's possible to gift memberships when you're not a member. Just be aware which one you're doing. But thank you. Glad you got a gift. I'd love to see that blue courthouse. Jennifer Cockfield, member for 18 months, plus a little. OG. The Winslow Wonder. Man, normally I can feel bad for victims' impacts, but I lost my dad last month in a car crash, and the mention of that void can never be filled. Now, it really gets me now. I'm heartbroken. I'm sorry, I can't read. These glasses are still sweaty, and my eyes are not working properly. But thank you. Thanks for sharing that sentiment as well. And that's, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that is fresh. Kels Bells gifted 5 memberships, and then gifted another 5 memberships, and Peter Tupperware gifted a membership, and Josh gifted 10, and then gifted another 5, and Sloth Life gifted 10, and Island Princess, member for 12 months. Hugs to everyone. Thank you very much. Michelle, member for 29. OG. Can we please have a prayer for each and every person going through a rough time? I love you all. Thank you so much. I appreciate you keeping other people in mind. It's not just the people we watch in court that struggle. We have many among us right now who are going through what could arguably be one of the lowest points, if not the lowest point in their life as far as a challenge, whether it be health or the health of a family member, financial distress, job loss, just all the little things, the car troubles and the neighbor problems, just all at the same time. What I love about this community is how respectful you are to each other, knowing that somebody might be having a bad day, and just giving people a little grace and space, and being there for them to cheer them up if needed. So thank you. Sloth Life, thanks for the call. It was wonderful talking to you. Appreciate you so much. Ashley Wayant, member for 20 months. OG. Thanks for the tip about the Unclaimed Money website. My sister is $1,300 richer. That is great. Larly Annie gifted these in memory of the family, and 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Larly Annie. Gift her in honor of this kind and amazing community. Our family, our Pixel family. Thank you, Scott and Chat Mods, for always being so strong and kind. And then she gifted another 5. So thank you. Winter Libby, thank you. Remembering the 6 lost in the Waukesha parade. That was the Daryl Brooks incident. Amazing to see the community come together. Thank you for that. Tammy Lee gifted 10 memberships. Tumwater Troy gifted a membership. And DSN says thank you, RA, and our fantastic mods. I appreciate all of you. We're going to go to lunch, and I'll tell you that that I'm all cried out. It's exhausting, and in a good way. But we're going to be done for today. We're not coming back after lunch. I know yesterday I was supposed to come back and I didn't. I apologize for that. But today I'm telling you that we're going to be done for lunch and be done for the day. Give you guys a weekend to do something fun. Find some old memories, dig up some old memories, look at some old pictures, or take some new ones if you're able. So it's a beautiful time of year. There's a lot that I'm grateful for, a lot I'm thankful for, and a lot of that is you, honestly, this community. So thank you so much. Let's go to the weekend. Yes, the mods are fantastic. Future, you're here. Good to see you today. Let's see. Laura M says in the chat, am I still recognizable? We see you, Laura. Your picture hasn't changed. It's great. I'm going to get some banana bread, which I'm super excited about. And I think my daughter has made like some fish sticks or something in the oven, which is going to be my lunch. So banana bread first and then the fish sticks. And hope you all have just a wonderful evening and a good weekend. This is kicking off the weekend, so have a wonderful one. We'll be back on Monday. It's going to be probably some court hopping on Monday as we have a holiday week with the Thanksgiving. So probably some smaller courts, if they are, probably not really trials. There aren't not a lot of courts like to have a jury working on a holiday week, and so we'll probably do some of that. Remember, we've got a big case coming up on December 1st with Brian Walsh, so that's our next big start one. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning. Thank you all, and by the way, thanks to the Venmos and PayPals and Cash Apps. I see you guys. Thank you so much. You guys have a great weekend. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Because he's the guy.
There's nothing in the order.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Alex stole it.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.